Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining the final event of COREALIS. Before proceeding with the event, I would like to mention that this webinar is going to be recorded. So if you do not consent, please free to disconnect in the next minute. Okay, those of you that you choose to continue on and attend, please mute your microphones in order to avoid background noises. And for any questions that you may have, please use the chat of this tool. My name is Yannis Kanelopoulos, and I'm the unit leader for logistics and maritime at the ISENS group of the Institute of Communication and Computer Systems, and I will be moderating our event today. The agenda is quite challenging, so let me introduce our first speaker in order to get moving with it. I would like to invite Dr. Angelos Samditis, Chairman of Vertigo, Deputy Chairman of the Athens Urban Transport Organization, Executive Group Member and Co-Chair of ALIS and the COREALIS Coordinator, to deliver the welcome note for today's event. Please, Angelos, go on.
Thank you very much, Yannis. Good morning also from my side. I'm very, very happy to have you all with us here. I still remember the days we were preparing this proposal, COREALIS, and also at that time we considered it as one of the biggest challenges and very interesting topics, both for our group, but also for Greece, but also for Europe, I would say. So time, unfortunately, is flying, and we are already at the end of impressive 3 years with many challenges and many results that came out, many things that we have done during this project. And today we have the pleasure to welcome you to the final event of the project, and to have the opportunity to discuss with you the main results of the project, and also to have the chance to discuss with many distinguished guests the future of our ports in Europe. I hope you all can see my screen, so I can go for a few slides before we go to the actual program of the day. And allow me to start by giving you a very small introduction on ICCS for those of you that you do not know us. So ICCS stands for the Institute of Communication and Computer Systems. ICCS is a governmental non-profit research center founded by NTUA, the National Technical University of Athens, the oldest and more distinguished technical university in Greece. And it's one of the actually biggest organizations in Greece, but also in Europe. Just to give you a few numbers on that, it is really has more than 25 today research laboratories in 7 different sectors. We are speaking about more than 800 researchers and technical personnel being active in the institute. And in the years of its existence, it had worked and supported more than 1,200 research projects. Imagine that 25% of that ICCS acted as a coordinator, as we are now also for COREALIS. And in terms also of budget, we're speaking about around 250 million euros for the last decade, numbers that are increasing the last years. It's interesting also to tell you that ICCS is in the top 10 list of organizations in Europe, including research organizations, universities, industry, and other type of organizations in terms of activities in all research programs of European Union. And in Greece is in the top 3. And if you count NTUA together with ICCS, then we're speaking about the biggest organization in Greece doing research and development. So that's it for ICCS. Maybe now I can start by introducing the reason why we're here. So COREALIS, it's one of the projects that have been funded under the topic of Port of the Future. It's a project which had 3 years duration, and it was good that we managed to finish the project on time, even with this craziness that we all lived the last year with the pandemic and the problems that we had there. But things went well with COREALIS, fortunately. So we're speaking about a quite a big project with 17 partners from 9 European and associated countries that include more or less 4 research institutes, 5 ports, which is very important, of course, for this type of projects, 4 industrial partners, 3 SMEs, and 1 ITS association coordinated by our organization, by ICCS. COREALIS created living labs in 5 European ports and cities, actually, so this goes together in most of the case, including the 3 biggest ports out of the top 5 in Europe today. So we have completed the project, and now we have the pleasure, and we are proud for that, to present to you the achievements of the projects and what we have done. So during the day, we will have the pleasure to have with us our project officer that acted really much more than a project officer. He was really supporting the project in all phases with very good advices. So I'm very happy to have with us Mr. Sergio Esriba from the Commission. And also it is a great pleasure to have with us Mr. Frank Wo, CEO of the Terminal Industry Committee 4.0, which in a way represents all terminals in Europe. So that will be in the opening session. Then during the day, we will have a palette of sessions presenting the different COREALIS achievements and innovations. And then we will actually close with a very interesting roundtable discussion for speaking not only about COREALIS this time, but in general about the ports in the future of Europe. And there we have the pleasure to have with us 5 out of the 10 biggest ports in Europe today, plus representatives of some important horizontal organizations, for example, ALICE, which is working in general with all logistic areas, including, of course, port. And we will close the day with a wrap up, just to discuss the results of the whole day and also the highlights for the future, because of course life is not ending now, and there will be many more challenges and many things to do in the future. So thank you very much for your attention. And having said that, I would like to directly go now to our speakers for the day. If I can stop sharing my screen, if you could help me with that. Okay, maybe this way. I hope it's okay. All right, so now we are going to have with us, first of all, as I mentioned, Mr. Sergio Esriba, who was acted as the project officer for COREALIS. Sergio, except of being an officer, of course, at the executive at the CINEA, as it's called now, with its new name. Sergio holds a master's degree in civil engineering, and his background focuses more on geotechnics and artificial intelligence. And he has been working in these areas for 14 years before he joined CINEA, formerly INEA at that time. And he has in his portfolio a number of projects, mainly dealing with infrastructure projects, so health monitoring, asset management, predictive maintenance, robotics, and digitalization of infrastructures in general. So, Sergio, it's a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you, Angelos, for the kind introduction. Can you hear me well?
Very well, yes, very well.
I'm trying to share my webcam as well. Can you see me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Good. Thank you for your introduction. And good morning, everyone, and welcome to this final conference of the project COREALIS. COREALIS is a research project funded by the Horizon 2020 program, the European Commission, as Angelo said. And this is why the organizer gave me this opportunity to welcome you to the event. My name is Sergio Escriba, and I'm the project officer following the implementation of the project on behalf of the European Commission. I work in particular for the Horizon Europe Transport Research Department of CINEA. CINEA is the successor of INEA. The change happened a few weeks ago, and the new acronym stands for Climate, Infrastructures and Networks Executive Agency. So the new name is now consistent with the programs portfolio that the agency will manage in the new framework program of the European Commission 2021 to 2027. CINEA will implement the Cluster 5 of the Horizon Europe program in full, and this cluster covers climate, energy, and transport actions. CINEA will also implement many other funding programs related with the same three pillars. If you need more details, of course, you can check our website. Going back to Project COREALIS, this project precisely addressed the three mentioned pillars, so climate, energy, and transport challenges in the ports environment. COREALIS is one of the 4 projects that were funded under the Horizon 2020 topic Mobility for Growth 7.3 2017, the so-called Port of the Future. The other projects in this area were Pixel, Port Forward as a research innovation actions, and Docs the Future, which is a coordination and support action. With a total budget of 17.5 million euros for this topic, the challenge was twofold. First, it was to develop new port concepts, new management models, and new technologies for increasing the efficiency of port operations. And second, to ensure that these operations do not affect negatively the surrounding territory, with a particular focus on improving city-port relations and allowing the smart urban development of port cities. Of course, there are many ways to address the challenges, but the project that were requested to investigate IT solutions in particular, solutions that could improve multimodal operations inside the terminal and in the wider port area, as well as to optimize the use of the current port infrastructure. Among the possible IT solutions, Project COREALIS focused on Internet of Things, data analytics, traffic management, and 5G networks for cargo ports. This was the proposal that was submitted already 4 years ago, so the COREALIS had really a vision on what technologies could address the problems, and certainly it was a success. Today, you are going to hear from the COREALIS partners about the solutions developed in this project. They will explain details ranging from conceptualization phase to the design, development, testing, and final validation in living labs. But this should not be a one-way communication. COREALIS has followed a stakeholder-driven approach from the beginning to ensure a perfect alignment with the ports and cities' needs and requirements. But it is at this moment, when the project is almost over and the EU support is about to finish, that the partners will have to use this momentum and to push the results into the market with their own means. We all know that this is very challenging. Many people say that this is the valley of death of projects. So more than ever, the consortium needs your sincere feedback, either positive or negative, doesn't matter. Whatever could still be improved, or simply the recognition that these solutions have a great potential, will be a valuable information for the partners to prepare their strategies for either further development or commercialization immediately after the end of the project. So I really invite you to be proactive during the conference and to send as many questions as you like to the speakers. The COREALIS presentation will be followed by a brief introduction to the other Ports of the Future actions, Docs the Future, Pixel, and Port Forward, thanks to their respective coordinators. And in the afternoon, we will have a high-level discussions about how the Port of the Future should look like, with representatives from some of the biggest ports in Europe and key European platforms on logistic and inland waterways. It will be very interesting to know their opinion about COREALIS innovations and their own strategies for the modernization of ports. Let me conclude saying that EU support to ports innovation has not stopped growing and growing in the last years. Proof of that is that the last call of Horizon 2020, named the Green Deal Call, had only one topic for transport, with a budget of 100 million euros, and this was dedicated to research in green ports and green airports. And in the first work program of Horizon Europe that will be published in the next few weeks, you will also see many references to port innovation in topics dealing with maritime, logistics, energy, and digitalization, for example. With this, instead of saying goodbye and good luck to project partners, I must say, see you soon. Thank you for your attention, and I hope you enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Sergio. We hear you, and we really hope that COREALIS will be one of the projects that make the difference, also in exploitation and continuing the activities after the end of this very, very good for us project, and hopefully for you too. And let's see how the day goes, and let's hope that we will meet again in more events in the future to discuss the continuation of these activities. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
So allow me now, after the inspiring words of Sergio, to invite our next keynote speaker, let me put it this way, for the morning session, for the welcome session, which is Frank Ko. As I mentioned before, Frank is the Chief Executive Officer at Terminal Industry Committee 4.0. He is an independent advisor active in the container logistics and terminal industry since 2018, but he has a huge experience, allow me to say, Frank, in everything related with a specific industry across the globe. He has been working during these 30 years in many important activities, both in Asia and Europe. And he has been also a member of a number of teams. He has been supporting the discussion and the vision about automation in the container industry, and was responsible for many activities in this sector. Recently has been appointed the Chief Executive Officer of the new Terminal Industry Committee Association, which is also well known as Terminal Industry Committee 4.0, which is supported by Fairport also and PEMA, developing standards for the terminal industry. Frank, we are very happy to have you with us.
Thank you. It's wonderful to be here today. Good morning. Do you see my face or the slides?
Yeah, we see both.
Yes,
both. Okay,
could you please change the presentation mode? Thank you.
Okay. Which one? Have a look. The first option or second option?
First one, please.
Okay. Yeah.
Excellent.
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Good morning, everybody. So yes, as mentioned, I'm Franco. I'm speaking here as the CEO of the Terminal Industry Committee, TIC 4.0, as we call ourselves. It's really my honor and also pleasure to join this COREALIS conference a little bit as an outsider. And after so many months of video calls, it still feels a little bit strange to be standing here in my home office by myself in Rotterdam, addressing you while you are spread out in many, many countries. So it's still an awkward feeling. Today, we'll discuss the port of the future. But first, I'd like to go to the past. Shipping industry, the classical shipping industry, after 4,000 years of existence, I think the last decades entered the booming phase following the development of containerization and globalization. Shipping lines and container terminals are today connecting regions and markets around the globe, feeding the consumer demand for products and continue to keep up with our changing world. And every year, this so-called maritime supply chain moves approximately 300 million boxes full of all kinds of goods around the world. If you look around you in your office, in your home, I think more than half the stuff here has been brought to you by a container from somewhere in the world. The terminals in the ports are the hubs to connect the several modes of transport, deep sea to deep sea, sea to road, rail, rivers, and they need to handle these boxes 800 million times to streamline the global transport of containers. So, and this is my world, the container logistics. The recent incidents of this huge container vessel blocking Suez Canal attracted huge attention and worries in the global media, showing the importance of this supply chain. Parallel in recent decades, I think the world also entered into a new phase of technology. This new era of innovation, I think, is best explained by the digitalization of reality. And This development is already embedded in many parts of our, of my, of your personal lives, and many industries have embraced opportunities given by this new technology. And if the container industry is to also experience the benefit of this new technology, the processes, equipment, actions in a terminal, in a port, must also be represented digitally or virtually. How do I go to the next slide? Let's see. Yeah. So, however, due to separate development paths in several regions around the world during this first decades of the new containerization, terminal operation solutions have not adopted a common understanding for the meaning of even fundamental industry vocabulary, as I've experienced it myself. You can find a multitude of varying descriptions with different words, sentences, protocols, or in other words, languages for the same unique physical elements, make it unusable for virtual presentation and use of new technology. For example, and that's a title speech, what is a container move? The word move is used in all areas of the terminal business operations. It can refer to certain parts of the process as well to certain units being handled. We are doing 35 moves per hour. We are handling 2 million moves a year. The cost per move is, and so on and so on. What that move exactly is has never been agreed within the terminal organization amongst terminals and suppliers. This could, for example, also lead to legal dispute, and it happened when in a $100 million supplier contract, the performance guarantee is simply stated as 40 moves per hour. If both parties, of course, have a different understanding of the meaning and definition. Another example, do we know that if you tell a cargo handling machine of brand A and one from brand B to go to the left, you're not sure they both go into the same direction? There's no agreed geometric reference. Or in this automated terminal, if an automated handling equipment is getting an order to go to location X to hand over a container to be picked up by another piece of automated equipment, a collision can and has happened because there's no reference point agreed. Is that the geometric center or the left front corner? And what is the left front corner? As a result, unlike many other industrial sectors, the shipping and terminal industry have not been able to keep pace with this evolving digital landscape and benefit to a large extent from digitalization and subsequently automation. For this sector to continue to innovate, we must bring the real world and all its complexities into the digital world. Because it's evident that wide-scale, cost-efficient, and risk-free automation is the future of our container terminal industry and will satisfy the ever-increasing efficiency, health, and safety priorities. Also, the lack of availability of labor and productivity needs. Of course, during the last 30 years, the terminal industry has tried to implement new technologies by introducing automation into terminal operations. Several so-called automated terminals were built. I think you know some of them. However, most of these projects have not delivered the expected outcome for the stakeholders. Automation implementation and the startup phase took much longer than planned. The final cost exceeded the budget, and most important, the promised productivity was not achieved. The main reason is that every automation project was unique and custom built, and the terminal as well as the automation providers all have their own understanding and way of working, which means that for every project, many wheels were reinvented again and again. So today, after 30 years, only 3 to 4% of the world's more than 1,000 container terminals have implemented some level of automation. And of that, more than half of these are only semi-automated. However, the lessons learned over the last decades from these projects highlighted the importance of creating a common goal among the terminal operators, competitors, and stakeholders to work together to agree on a standardized language and vocabulary for terminal operations to ensure that all parties will have the same understanding and references when working together in bringing in new technology. In the old days, there was no internet and no need to connect the equipment. The interface was human. Control tower operators talk with the equipment drivers using printouts of inventory, sometimes hand-drawn and hand-colored. So in the past, there was less need to have standards, as every region around the globe had their own concept of terminal operation introduced for some time with their own specialized container handling equipment and processes. However, in today's world, even when you are not thinking of an automated terminal, the terminal operators like you and me expect that they will be able to exchange information with their environment, with their fleet of equipment, as in our day-to-day life in many other industries. The concept of Internet of Things or Industry 4.0 is already there. So again here, to be able to connect equipment, we again need to agree that we talk the same language and use the same words and definition. And this challenge has been taken up by the industry stakeholders with foundation of the Global TIC 4.0 Association at the end of 2019, seated in Brussels. The founding fathers were key terminal operators and solution providers. Since then, several other organizations have joined the TIC 4.0 Association. TIC 4.0 brings together container terminal operators and their suppliers of terminal equipment and solutions to properly define and agree on unique physical elements using a commonly agreed vocabulary, grammar, and protocols for digital transformation. In simple words, agreeing on common language for the container industry. The criteria used by TIC 4.0 to generate a list of vocabulary, dictionary, and definitions should provide results which are specific, unambiguous, difficult word, and suitable irrespective of the level of technology used in the terminal. Whether you send your message by voice, walkie-talkie, or courier on the bicycle, or through internet, the message must be clear. It should be possible to use it in documents, mails, and be capable of being upwardly embedded in protocols and electronic messages. Before TIC 4.0 standards can be adopted by our own industry, it's important that the common language results are proof tested in the real operation environment. And one of the first proof of concept projects is already happening in iTerminals 4.0. I think like COREALIS, iTerminals 4.0 is an EU CEF approved, EU funded digital infrastructure project. Some members of the TIC 4.0 Association applied for participation in iTerminals projects, which was very well received by the EU Commission, and is also very well managed by Fondation Financial Board, FVP, who I think is also a member of COREALIS. These members are already piloting some of the results of TIC 4.0 in their terminals under this iTerminals 4.0 initiative during this year, last year, and will continue to do so up to 2022. So once the objective of TIC 4.0 are achieved, this will help to streamline terminal operations and maintenance and reach new levels of efficiency and safety. There will be better connectivity between system modules and equipment from multiple suppliers. Less problem solving will be necessary, resulting in shorter ramp-up time. Improved transparency, allowing better connectivity between terminals and other port stakeholders, other parts of the maritime supply chain, including shipping lines and hinterland. Project terminal integration can be executed more effectively, and terminal operators and suppliers can focus on operation improvement, business improvement, instead of solving technical interface and integration issue. So terminal industry will be able to create the terminal and port of the future. Thank you. And the message of this speech was already there. It's also in a much more comprehensive TIC 4.0 white paper, so it can be downloaded from our website.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here with us and for your inspiring words and for putting the scene, I would say, for the discussions we're going to have later on. So I would like again to thank our two distinguished guests that with their opening remarks really helped us understand what we're talking about here and giving the scene, preparing the scene for the discussions that they are going to follow. So thank you very much, Sergio and Frank. And now back to you, Yanis.
Well, I would like to also thank our guest, our PO, Mr. Sergio Scriba, who has definitely supported us throughout the project, and Mr. Ko for giving the opening speech for our final event. And so we will now proceed with a short overview of the project by Dr. Andripis, followed by presentations for each of the COREALIS innovations by the project partners. Once again, I would like also to thank the speakers till now for keeping the agenda to the minute. So back to you, Dr. Andripis, for the presentation of the overview of COREALIS.
So I hope you didn't miss me. So I'm back in the scene. I hope you can see my screen. Okay, I think it works. Is it visible to all?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So I just going to give you a few more details now about COREALIS, so to have a better idea about the project itself, what we have done here, and what were the main activities and results from the project. Of course, all this will be discussed also later on by my colleagues, so you can have more details. And of course, there will be in, let's say, the general framework also for the other projects of the same area that will also have the opportunity to hear our distinguished guests coming from these projects to give us also a kind of overview for their projects. So COREALIS then, I already mentioned a few things on my opening, so I'm not going to repeat everything here. So for me, the most important element that you have to keep from this slide is that during the project life, we had the opportunity really to create 5 living labs in 5 different European ports and of course, connected cities with these ports. And this included 3 out of the top 5 in Europe. So really a lot of visibility, interests, and also a lot of key actors in the area that have supported the work. The idea behind COREALIS, which it was really to create circular economy inspired environmental solutions, including predictive analytics, IoT solutions, 5G, between others, for maximizing container terminals' effective capacity and efficiency of supply chain. In between other things, we have created track appointment systems integrated with TMC and data analytics for optimizing cargo flows across transport modes, ocean, rail, and inland waterways. Innovation incubators for local industries with the port as the driving force always. And of course, the 5 living labs I mentioned in the European ports in Piraeus, in Valencia, in Antwerp, in Livorno, and in Hamina Kotka, where we really tested all these innovations, all these different sectors together with the other stakeholders. So really the project was, what was the main vision, if I may say, of the project? Okay, the project really proposed a kind of a strategic, innovative framework supported by a number of disruptive technologies, as I mentioned before, which included, for example, IoT, included data analytics, next generation traffic management, but also emerging 5G networks for cargo ports to handle upcoming, but also future capacity, traffic, efficiency, and very important, as we all know, Sergio mentioned about the Green Deal calls, all the environmental challenges that also ports have to face and address. The proposed beyond the state-of-the-art innovations target to increase efficiency and optimize land use while being financially viable, because of course it doesn't matter if you speak about nice technological solutions if this created financial problems or viability problems to the ports, then they will never work. Respecting circular economy principles and being of service also to the urban environment where usually our big ports are being integrated. These port-driven technological and societal innovations are tailored to realize the COREALIS high-level objectives, which are focused mainly on, first of all, embracing circular economy models in its port strategy and operations, then reducing the overall ports environmental footprint associated with the intermodal connections, and also, of course, the surrounding urban environment for three major transport modes: road, truck, rail, and inland waterways. At the same time, we also focused on improving operational efficiency, optimizing yard capacity, and streamlining cargo flows without additional infrastructure investments. And that was really a very key point that all ports have raised during the project lifetime. Enabling the port to take informed medium-term and long-term strategic decisions was also an important objective for the project, in order to allow the ports to become innovation hubs of the local urban space. I mentioned before about the COREALIS Living Labs and the major ports that have been involved in the project activities. And these innovations have been implemented and tested in real operating conditions in these ports, in these living labs. As I mentioned before, we had the pleasure to have with us the Piraeus port, the Valencia port, the Antwerp port, the Livorno port, and last but not least, the Hamina Kota port. And as you all know, of course, Port of Antwerp is today Europe's second largest port, an important import and export port, but also a very high level value as transit port in Europe. It has more than 300 scheduled calls to more than 800 destinations. Piraeus, the fourth biggest port today in Europe, and especially PCT, the Piraeus container terminal, main activities are the provision of loading, unloading, and storage services for import and export containers, handled via the very strategically located Piraeus port, including cargos, which use Piraeus only as intermediary stations, so transshipment cargos. And the strategic location of Piraeus, of course, makes it an ideal port to be used as the south gate, if you like, of Europe, and a hub for destinations in the central and eastern Med and the Black Sea destinations. Then Valencia port, the fifth biggest port today in Europe, is Spain's leading Mediterranean port in terms of commercial traffic, mostly containerized cargo, moving tons of cargo thanks to its privileged location, its dynamic area of influence, and an extensive network connected to its major world ports and partners. The port of Hamina Kotka is the biggest universal export and transshipment port in Finland today, with regular connections to all major European ports. And of course, the Livorno port, which is favorably situated in Western Tuscany, plays a major role in the European internal trade, ensuring frequent and fast maritime connections to Southern European countries, as well as in the EU external trade, thanks to its well-connected and well-established linkages to Northern Africa countries and the Americas. So as you can understand, a very interesting and very good group of ports that really allowed us to test all the innovations of COREALIS in different conditions and under different requirements. So this slide here gives you a very nice idea of all the different innovations that we have been working in COREALIS. All these will be analyzed later on from my colleagues, but just to give you a general overview, and I like this slide because in one slide gives everything. And I would mention in a few words, the Port of the Future series game that the consortium created, an innovative and interactive training and simulation game for port city developments. The RT Port, which is a model-driven real-time control module supporting 5G smart terminal operations. The Brokerage Platform, which is a cloud-based marketplace for leasing and exchanging intraport assets. The Port Mode, a visualization and simulation tool that helped a lot our ports and hopefully will be one of the tools that we'll also use in the future for container terminal operations. The innovation incubator, very important scheme and environment, in my opinion, that make really the port the epicenter of the local industrial landscape that really got a lot of attention and interest for all the stakeholders around the ports. The track appointment system, which is a reservation system, as the name says, including, of course, real-time traffic data. The just-in-time rail shuttle service, which included a feasibility study for key port hinterland corridors, another important item for all our ports. Then the cargo flow optimizer, an optimization tool for ocean, rail, and inland waterway cargo flows. The asset management predictor, an optimization machine learning tool for efficient use of port assets. And last but not least, the Green Cookbook, and kind of energy assessment framework, which included a cost-benefit analysis and a roadmap for reducing ports' environmental footprint. So as you see, a very interesting collection of innovation, activities, tools, and environments that really addresses most of the issues that ports are facing today, and also creating a roadmap for their future. Another nice slide, which gives you in one glance, if you like, all the different activities and innovations that the different ports realized and test. So you can have in just one place everything that was done in these 5 living labs I mentioned before. So I would like to close my presentation, the first glance in the project, as you like, with a very nice video that the COREALIS consortium have created. And I would like to thank very much Civility for preparing this video with the support of ERTICO, ICCS, and of course all our partners. Enjoy the video.
Ports are essential for the European economy and the economic growth, as the 74% of goods exported or imported to the EU are transported via its seaports. At the same time, the challenges they are facing are only getting greater. Volumes of cargo are increasingly higher. Number of vessels is shrinking. Cargo flows types are changing due to technological trends, such as Industry 4.0. Cargo port operators are struggling to comply with the increasingly stricter environmental regulations and societal views for sustainable operations. COREALIS' vision is to embrace circular economy models in the port strategy and operations, to reduce ports' total environmental footprint, to optimize yard capacity and improve safety without major infrastructural investments, to streamline cargo flows in favor of green transport modes, to encourage ports to become an innovation hub of the local, industrial and urban space, to improve port-city stakeholder collaboration for medium and long-term decision-making. To achieve its vision, COREALIS is developing a palette of port-driven, technological and societal innovations, a reservation system including real-time traffic data, a cloud-based marketplace for leasing and exchanging intra-port assets, an optimization planning modeling tool for container terminal operations, a model-driven real-time control module supporting 5G smart terminal operations and IoT, an optimization machine learning tool for efficient use of port assets, an optimization tool for ocean, rail, inland waterway cargo flows, a simulation tool for decision making, a cost-benefit analysis and roadmap for reducing ports' environmental footprint and achieving energy network efficiency, a feasibility study for key port hinterland corridors, a scheme making the port the epicenter of the local industrial landscape. COREALIS innovations are implemented and tested in real operating conditions in 5 European port living labs.
Okay, I would like to thank Dr. Ambritis for introducing us to COREALIS, and now we will start our series of presentations with the COREALIS innovations, and we have a slight change in our agenda because Ms. Susanna Candidal couldn't do it today, so I would like to invite Mr. Sebastian Clemento from SGS in order to present us the COREALIS track appointment system.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? So, checking how do I share the presentation. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, trying to pass in presentation mode. Okay, still good for you?
Yes.
Okay, let's start. So I had first to excuse my colleague. Unfortunately, she could not attend for medical reasons. So I will try to do my best to replace her and provide you with all the information about the track appointment system that was studied and developed under the COREALIS project. So to begin with, I think everybody is quite familiar with booking solution. We encounter them in our life in several solutions, going to the doctors, to the hairdressers or other places. It's also something that is used in industries in different sectors, even sometimes to pass borders or examination centers. However, the aim of the project for us was not only to try to streamline the volumes of vehicles that entering the port through the days, but through the project, what we discovered with the participation with Valencia and Amina Kotka Port is that there was a strong need from the port and the terminal to gain visibility. And for them, it was more important to know who is coming, when, and for what, so that they could organize themselves and their operation and their resource to be ready to welcome this client and deliver the service in a more organized way and faster way. So some of the KPIs that we took into account with the design of the solution was to look for ways for the port to gain visibility as to when a truck will be entering the terminal and what is the container this truck is coming to deliver or to pick up. Main objective was to reduce the idle time or any queue time within the terminal or the port surrounding area, and consequently looking at reducing gas consumptions and pollutions, gas emission during the idle time of the trucks within the terminal. So we also looked on way to create communication channels within the terminal and the drivers to be able also to instruct drivers where is the final destination of this one when it comes to a port or to a terminal. We know that nowadays port can be quite large. And the idea here again is to save time and instruct the driver directly to the what is the final destination location this one has to go. So we run 2 labs with the platform we have designed. In Valencia Port, we run the lab with an online platform plus a mobile application for the driver. The testing of the solution started in September. We had 2 phases, a first design of the application, and then after receiving feedback from the user, we developed more modules and solution in the application, mainly the mobile application to communicate with truck driver, but also being able to track the truck during their journey to the port. 3 terminals were involved in the port of Valencia. And the solution was designed with slots of 60 minutes, meaning that when a company was booking a journey to the port, they were booking slots of 1 hour. They had 1 hour to enter the port and either pick up or deliver their container. 2 companies were involved, 2 transport companies who were involved in this pilot. Same things for Amina Kotka, where over there we mainly use the web application. Pilot also started in September 2019. Only 1 terminal was involved for this pilot, and also in this case, the Port of Amina Kotka decided to provide or to open slot of 60 minutes, but they restricted the number of booking per slot to 10 truck, meaning that once a slot was booked with 10 booking, this one was not available, and any other booking will have to be done at another time, another hour. So what are the impact we looked at before the pilot was implemented? There could be queue at the entrance of the port, but mainly the terminal had no visibility when a client will come to pick up or to deliver a container, and which one they would have to prepare for loading or unloading, or which warehouse will have to be equipped with resource to either offload a truck or load a truck for a client. So the positive impact that we have seen from the pilot is that the terminals knew in advance who was coming, when, and for which purpose. They were able to prepare their resource in this objective. The driver also were able to be informed in advance where they had to go within the port or within the terminal. So we were gaining time, and we didn't have trucks driving around the terminal to look for their final location. We were able to reduce the queuing time at the gate to enter the port or to enter the different terminal. And we could see, obviously, the main objective, reduction of the idle time and the service time to the different client within the port or the terminal. So out of the pilot that was run, one of the benefits that could be measured by the port is that on average, we could see a reduction approximately of 10 minutes of the idle time of the vehicles that had performed the booking in the port of Valencia. If we extend this to the daily volume of container of trucks, that Port of Valencia is experiencing on every day, we could extend or calculate that this could represent a potential saving of more than 300,000 liters of diesel per year, which will be equivalent to a saving of 862 tons of CO2 per year, which will be quite substantial. So 90% increase of predictability of the high level of the trucks during the test periods give us a positive conclusion on this lab. In Amina Kotka, it was the same thing. We have an average reduction of 9 minutes of the idle time of the trucks within the terminal. Here again, if we will extend that on the overall volumes of trucks at the port, we will have substantial reductions of the gas emissions from those vehicles. So now coming to the task application that was designed, this one was created with different profile within the application. So we have the administrator profile who has full visibility and control on the application, and he's able to create the different high-level users to the application. Then we have two types of users in the application. We have the terminals who are able to configure for their own terminals, what are the different slots that they want to create, the different type of queue, the average time per slot, if they want to limit the number of booking per slot or not. Then we have the transport company, who will be the client in this case. They have the possibility to create the profile for their own company and then to create different users within the company who will be the one creating the booking in the TAS application. So we have developed different modules within the TAS application. There is, as I said, the terminal module for the terminal to be able to do the configurations of the application on their hand and what they want to offer in terms of different queues, different terminal access, and the average booking time that they will allow to the user. There is a module for the booking, the reservation by the users. Then we have created a geolocalization and prediction of the estimated time of arrival with the mobile application for the drivers. There is also a communication module allowing the terminal to communicate with the drivers and being able to know if for any reason a driver has rescheduled a booking or is highly delayed on a delivery. And then last, there is a statistical and reporting module where we can see the number of booking per day, the highest slot or the peak during the day, and several other information. So this is the welcoming page of the application for the users. When they reserve, they just have to log in and then click on the reserve button to be able to book a slot. They will be taken through different steps. First, they will select the terminal within the port where they want to deliver or pick up a container. They will select a type of queue depending the nature of the goods that they're coming to take. Or for example, if they are just returning an empty container or picking up an empty container versus delivering or picking up a full container. They will then select a date and a time frame within the different slots that are available. Once they have done that, they are invited to fill up different information regarding their vehicle, transport order, number plate, and so on. Knowing that in their client profile, they can also pre-register their fleet, and they will in this case just have to select within the drop-down menu which vehicles will be doing the delivery. And same thing after for their driver's information. Those one can be pre-filled in their profile, in their company profile, and they will indicate who is the driver that will do this pickup or delivery. On the terminal side, they will have different view to be able to know on which day who is coming and for which purpose. And they are also able, through the mobile application, when the driver is activating the mobile application, they are able to know if a vehicle will arrive on time, early, or delay, depending of his time slot. On the driver side, we have a simple mobile application where the driver activates this one when he starts the journey toward to the port. The application provides different information regarding the booking details that have been done by the company. The driver only have to start his trip or the option to reschedule his trip. The application is really simple on the driver side to minimize the operation from the driver while driving. As I said, we also developed a communication channel. This is really useful to inform the driver where he will have to be within the terminal or within a warehouse, depending the reason why he's visiting the port. Then on the statistical module, several types of reports have been developed, either KPIs regarding the operation, but also we have developed a report for the users and the company to have their own records, and those reports can be extracted either in PDS or CSV format. What we have seen during this project is that we could further continue and develop further the application. What could be the next steps after? So the current solution is fully operational, but we could enhance it. What would be the next step is to create an API with the port management system so that we could have information directly from the port management system, avoiding from the transport company to re-enter data that have already been provided to the port. Should the port wants to enforce a certain number of slots per hours, we could also implement a pre-booking, knowing that it's often not the same company that will make the order from the port and the one that will pick up the container. So we could have a pre-booking function allowing company to reserve a slot and assign it to an haulier later on for the delivery. We could also suggest, in case of delay of a transporter, automatic rescheduling for another slot available into the system. Or we could also enhance the mobile application and suggest the driver alternative routes depending of the traffic information, such as GPS can offer. I thank you. And I don't know if questions are open.
Thank you, Sebastian. I would like to remind to our audience that for any questions, they can use the chat for this webinar. And I would like to continue with our next speaker, which is the research team leader of the VTT Technical Research Center in Finland, Mr. Ville Hinka. Ville, please go on in order to present us COREALIS port model.
Okay. Try to somehow find my presentation. What's wrong with it?
We can see it.
But can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see it.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, good. And also Can you see the changing slides?
Yes.
Good. Okay. Well, my name is Ville Hinkka. I work as a research team leader at VTT Technical Research Center of Finland. And I will present PortMod tool that VTT and particularly Dr. Toni Lastusilta developed during COREALIS project. First, we will shortly introduce PortMod. Then we will present three main results of using PortMod, which are first, distance analysis for containers, second, warehouse usage analysis, third, benefit analysis of machine pooling, and finally, we will summarize the results and tell how the operator of Kotka Container Terminal, Steveco, has experienced PortMod. PortMod is a standalone Java program. The main input is container movement data provided in a comma-separated value file. And PortMod main capabilities are identify inefficiencies and bottlenecks in container flows, identify inefficiencies in straddle carrier and crane operation, estimate the benefits of machine pooling during ship loading and unloading operations. And PortMod was tested in a cooperation with Steveco by using data from Kotka Container Terminal. And in addition, PortMod were also tested in Italian port of Livorno. For more information about PortMod, see the link at the bottom of this slide. And to see a video on how PortMod can be used, see the YouTube link below the picture. In the screenshot to the left, you can see the user interface of PortMod. The current view shows the container movements for export containers going to ship 1. In the right, you can see the photos of Kotka Container Terminal, and the upper photo is taken during summer, and the lower photo presents winter conditions. Now we present the result 1, distance analysis for containers. The data is from last September. We can see that there is no big difference in the number of import and export containers. Let's call the key part that is closer to the depot area as the beginning of the key, and the opposite end where the container yard is as the end of the key. The import containers are mainly moved from a ship towards the depot areas. If we use the beginning of the key, it will minimize the needed movement distance. From the upper table to the right, we can see that we have succeeded well with this. But for the export containers, the situation is not so good. Many export containers are first moved towards the end of the key. Then, during ship loading, they are moved back towards the beginning of the key. In practice, this is impossible to avoid because typically ships both bring and take containers. Let's recall that most of the import containers are moved to the depot areas. Because this is almost half of the containers moved, we could do it more efficiently by moving several containers at once, for example 8. This can be done by using a terminal tractor connected to the multi-trailer system. On the left-hand side, we can see a table that shows estimated round-trip times and average daily driving time for last September. Hence, the conclusion is that we may improve the situation by using a terminal tractor connected to a multi-trailer system. However, a more detailed study is needed to quantify the improvement. Now we present the result 2, warehouse usage analysis. This analysis is like ABC analysis of inventory items, but now the warehouse buildings work as analyzed units. Some export containers are stuffed at warehouses before they are moved to the container yard. In the figure, the column height shows the increase in distance compared to the warehouse closest to the container yard. The blue dots connected with blue lines shows the warehouse usage index for each warehouse. Hence, the higher up the blue dot is, the higher is the throughput through the warehouse. We can see that 4 warehouses are relatively close to the container yard, but they have a low throughput of export containers. In the lower right corner figure, we illustrate how we will minimize the trailer carrier movement distance if we use a warehouse location closer to the container yard A compared to the location further away B. A good rearrangement of places where containers are stuffed will reduce trailer carrier driving distances. For example, swapping stuffing places between large warehouse 2 and smaller warehouses 11, 13 and 15 would reduce general carrier driving distance by 1,550 kilometers and 74 hours during last September. The impact of this change can be seen in the figure. Hence, the conclusion is that a good rearrangement of warehouse operations would reduce general carrier driving distances. Now we present the result 3, benefit analysis of machine pooling. We compare the currently used loading and unloading strategy where the cranes have dedicated general carriers against the pooling strategy where any general carrier can bring and pick up containers from a crane. The simulations are executed with different tuning focuses. The first focuses on minimizing crane idle time and machine driving distance. The second only minimizes crane idle time, and the third only minimizes machine driving distance. We run 6 simulation tests, each on 8-hour shifts when using 4 ship-to-shore gantry cranes. The colors denote the different test runs. The improvements can be seen on the y-axis. In the figures, the number before the tuning focuses denotes the number of general carriers used in the simulation. We can see that we can improve the performance even if the number of general carriers is reduced. Only if we tune the simulation towards only minimizing crane idle time, the machine driving distance will worsen. The table in this slide shows a summarized comparison of 6 test runs. We compare the scenario of using machine pooling with 10 general carriers against the baseline scenario where we use 12 general carriers and each general carrier has a dedicated crane to serve. The main conclusion is that by only chasing the job dispatching strategy, the simple centrally distributed one, significant savings for the scenario of using 4 ship-to-shore gantry cranes can be obtained. From the table, we can see that the lifts per hour per crane would increase by 2%. Furthermore, we can see that the machine operating time would decrease by 13% and the machine traveling distance by 7%. Okay, that's a summary. First, we gave a short introduction of port mode. Then we presented 3 outcomes of using port mode at Kotka Container Terminal, and then we showed that we are able to identify inefficiencies with port mode and even make conclusions. In this final slide, we summarized the experiences of Steveco about the use of port mode. Well, they said that the information from different voyages, cranes, or other areas at the container yard can now be obtained with simple searches. The container movements can be visualized on a container yard layout map, which makes it easier to digest the information. This helps the operational planning and control processes. And the port mode simulating software has also been used to confirm the stereo carrier pooling advantages as well as what-if analysis for analyzing the optimal number of stereo carriers to serve the STS cranes. And in the previous presentation, COREALIS Innovation Truck Appointment System was presented. Steveco has now adopted that system in 2 of its terminals, and they will adopt the system during the following year in their other 3 terminals. And despite the further development needs of port mode, Steveco has also started to use it and included port mode as one of the reporting tools for container terminal. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, please send email for me and the main developer, Toni Lastusilta.
Thank you very much, Ville. We are running a bit late in the agenda, so I would like to invite the rest of the speakers to try to speed that if possible. And the next one that I would like to invite is the managing director of Marlow, Mr. Thomas Dogelievich. Sorry if I do not pronounce your surname correctly, in order to present the COREALIS brokerage platform.
Gosh, you will make a very good job in here in spelling my name, which is not difficult, which is not easy. Good morning, everyone. I tried to share that. I hope it works. Can I have it confirmed?
Yes.
Okay. Is it full screen? Fantastic. Good morning, everyone. Tomasz Dogelievich, as mentioned, I work for Marlow. for a couple of last years. I've been working for logistics for my entire professional life, I would say, and in GS1 as well for the standards and the organization for standards. That's what I've been doing for all my life. And this year we joined as Marlo to enhance the brokerage platforms that can be used easily for port areas. This brings us to Port of Antwerp, where we realized it, and we made that conclusion because we figured out that 80% of our appliances at home are being used no more than once a month, and it is only slightly better in our offices. And one would say not a new thing, but it works for years already now in B2C and B2B models. Through it strictly relates to the outsourcing, and we all know that all big names, as mentioned here on the slide, operating locally, couch sharing, couch surfing, jet sharing, at whatever, and the market grows very rapidly. It's predicted to be worth this big number by the 2025 of dollars, which is quite substantial. And we thought that with Port of Antwerp and with COREALIS team, this is something to be picked up. As for sharing economy that we're hitting here, there are multiple of definitions, but this one presents it the most, and it says that the internet is the main driver and enabler for that. And since today, probably the most, as we can see today in the COVID times, we are dependent on the internet so much, and today's conference only confirms that. So what is there to share in Port of Antwerp? Looks like there's a lot to rent and exchange. It's a massive logistics hub, one of the biggest ports in the world, with over 100, well over 100 terminals. It's a great potential of exchanging assets by those who don't use them full time, and having that in mind, the port has joined the project to share mainly the wagons, cranes, and chassis, and that's on these bases developing further the project. So how does it really work? The mechanism is kind of fairly simple. You just need to file the assets, which just sounds simple, but it's not so much when it comes to force in practice. After filing it, you just rent to the others, price them properly, monitor, use them, and update them. Of course, this is how every marketplace works. In ports, it's a little different because you have to track the assets, you have to maintain them, and you have to keep them ready for the further use. So the list of assets, containers, numbers, and specific ports environment you can extend on your own. This is, of course, specified for this project for the use in port. But of course, you can exchange it very well to your needs, and together with Port of Antwerp, we have named some categories that are used internally, and we made it work on this behalf. And then, of course, you can use it for searching, filtering, categorizing, offering, and stuff, and of course like that. Renting is also made easy. You can search, filter, localize assets to book them from the map. It's a list or using file generated from your TOS from your terminal operating system, or any other ERP system that automatize the process and is used by the specific terminal. You can also estimate the emissions calculated for the to transport an asset from one location to the destination by determining its actual location. We made a specific application for that, which I come to that later on. Specifically for ports, it is used to track assets based on the localization and the distance to the terminal. It's calculated how much CO2 is going to be emitted during the transportation. This is never found in any other marketplace offered on market today. To help checking the assets of our interest, we've introduced the option to automate the processes. Once the TOS or ERP systems generates the needs, after the plan is set for testing, we adopted the CSV format for that. You can import a file that searches based on assets categories and shows the assets available for rent. You can simply tick it and confirm that you need it in this period of time, and you accept the price that is there. So the features on how it works is due to the character of the project. Of course, it's customized for the ports, as I said, and it's made easy to localize assets booking with EDI messages or files, measuring the distances, CO2, etc. And it's foreseen to be managed by the port. So a super user has been added so that the port can manage companies and the users. Properly configured and customized dashboards gives you the number of options that user can track assets to be returned or delivered to the customer. Revenues brought by the specific assets renting. Localization feature enables the assessing, of course, also the idle times of each asset when you come to assessing the terminal's efficiency. Main findings, as we experienced some difficulties in testing really on site of the specific solution. The companies acting in the scope of such a marketplace, they benefit when they don't compete directly on the market. We've found this little mind restrictions that the competitors should not be so much on the market. Should not be using this one because they somehow reflect that they come to the conclusion that this might be against their commercial activities. So in competitive port areas, it's so critical to exchange the data with external systems, and that was the main problem. From other implementations, because of course we've made few implementations in other sectors, we found that the enlarging of the offer with parties not yet being a part of the ecosystem is highly recommended. For example, other suppliers or options of selling assets is highly recommended. So we are currently developing these functions for further implementations, which are ongoing. So, however, specifically customized for the port areas, the options here are quite endless, and it's up to every site to count how much can you potentially save, and it depends on the business model, assets, frequency of renting, idle times, and much more. However, we now working on further development of the applications, as I said, in order to market it. Last days have actually shown that one of the biggest Polish ports that we're in a very close contact that is based in the city, very much in the city. So by the map you can easily judge which one is it. So the cooperation within the city is essential, and that would be a great conclusion for this specific solution, and we're looking forward to it so much now, and for the commercialization of the project, which is ongoing. We also prepared a short commercial video that I would like to have it on, but I'm not sure if we have time. It's like 2 minutes, so it's up to the organizers to see if it's I would be great to actually show it to the markets. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thomas. Actually, we're running a bit late to the agenda, so your presentation was quite comprehensive. I think that we can skip the video in order to be able to stay on schedule. So thank you very much for that.
It's on YouTube, so one of the organizers can make a link to the YouTube, and it's not.
Well, actually, you can type the link in the chat so that everybody can see it and they can keep it on. So thank you very much, Thomas.
Thank you.
So next speaker that I would like to invite is the principal consultant of 5G for industrial needs from Ericsson Italy. It's Mr. Luca Stroppolo, and he's going to present us COREALIS RT port that included the first installation in the container terminal in Europe of 5G network. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thanks a lot. I hope you see my screen.
Yes.
Correctly? Okay, great. So thanks a lot. My name is Luca Stroppolo. I'm a technical lead for 5G networks, especially dedicated networks in vertical applications. And I follow the RT project in Livorno as a technical director, basically since the beginning. Let's go briefly to the agenda. Let's say just to provide the main points we reached during the project. I will go through the general cargo logistics use case, the RT port system solution and 5G network, a brief description of the 5G network, the main innovations, and then if we have time, I hope we can show also a brief video on the digital twin that we developed in the RT port project. So what are the main goals in RT port? Let's say that from a high-level point of view, the objectives are basically related to the use of new technologies that are aimed to improve port efficiency, basically, and also reducing environmental impact. This is an important aspect. This goes through the introduction of automation in good handling, because this means increasing efficiency in operations. The reduction of yard movement is also impacting, as well as fuel consumption, and this improves sustainability. But let's say all this is obtained using innovative IoT and data analytics, which is one of the, let's say, the tools that we will be using in port digitalization. And everything is enabled using a 5G network as an advanced data connectivity platform, which we actually implemented in the case of Livorno. Okay, I hope you still continue to see my screen, because I have some strange feedbacks from my PC, but anyhow. Okay, so this is a short description of the cargo logistics use case that we implemented in Livorno. So the case is relevant to non-standard size bulk goods. So they have no standard shape and weight, and this, let's say, somehow challenges the automatic implementation of during loading and unloading phase, and also challenges possible automatic optimization of the storage area footprint, which means, of course, using important assets in the port area. So we consider basically two phases. Phase one is the tracking and storage. So the truck arrives, the box is unloaded, and from here on, we start collecting the information on the specific good in terms of size and weight. As we said, these are not standard freights. And everything is registered in the main control system that you see here as a basically as a small puppet, but actually is an automatic system based on artificial intelligence. Then from here onwards, a nearby forklift takes the box to the storage area, and this box is tracked using wide dynamic range cameras that we placed in the nearby the storage area. So thanks to augmented reality, the main control system drives the operator to the exact place where to store the good, and final precise positioning is registered in the database. So basically, this is the positioning phase, the storage phase, using augmented reality and tracking from the main control system. Then, of course, we have the dual phase. The second phase is the loading operation. So when we need to load the vessel. In this case, the forklift enters the storage area, and from here on, the operator is guided by the control system that owns all the information and and runs the algorithm, the operational algorithms. And then find the exact place of storage where the box is then easily identified using augmented reality, selected, and then transferred to the loading area. So this is the description, maybe a little bit verbose, but let's say gives some details on somehow also on the complexity of this single use case. Going forward. Here you can see basically the overall system, the RT-Port system, several system blocks. As explained in the previous slide, the cargo use case is based on the communication of real-time data. This is done via several field devices. As you see here, we have augmented reality glasses, wide-range cameras, tablets, and LiDAR. And as you can imagine, 5G connectivity is crucial in terms of bandwidth and also latency of response of the network. This to provide the proper use case experience. Just to give you an idea, when it comes to augmented reality and the use of wide range cameras, we have a request of about 10 megabits per second for each camera, and a latency required to the network of about 10, say 20 milliseconds, not more than 20 milliseconds round trip time. So we need to have a pretty responsive network. Moreover, we must think in a more extended perspective. So in a real deployment, we expect to have a huge quantity of field devices that are connected in real-time operation. And so this means again that 5G dedicated networks are the technology that actually enable these use cases. It's also being considered as business critical and in some cases also mission critical cases. So the 5G network is the connectivity bridge, let's say, from the field devices to the main control system. The main control system implements is the brain basically of the overall system, and implements the operational and research algorithms. This for freight, basically for freight handling. And a companion of the main control system is the digital twin. Digital twin is, let's say, a functionality that we developed that Ericsson developed for the RT-Port project, and this basically represents the digital image of the storage area. and it is used to simulate different scenarios in order to increase basically the situation awareness of the storage area, perform some scenarios without being actually in the field, and finding out what is the best positioning in terms of sorting and positioning of goods in a sort of optimization mode, let's say. Okay, let's go to the main innovation. Sorry, this is a very dense and very verbose slide, but let's say from that, then you can read it by yourself. But from a high-level point of view, of course, a big innovation is the use of 5G connectivity, state-of-the-art 5G connectivity. And you see here in the picture the actual deployment of a 5G site in the port of Livorno. So you see the antennas, the pole, and the shelter with all the equipment inside, and this is actually operating. Then we have, in terms of application, we have automation for registration phase, box searching, and the box searching phase, assisted location of goods based on augmented reality with 5G devices connected on the field, a relational database to handle the seaport process, and as explained in the previous slide, the virtual reality application for optimal sorting. This was the digital twin we explained before. So straight to the conclusions. Port is aimed to increase port automation, and this is done via IoT and data analytics technology, innovative IoT and innovative data analytics technologies, and it is supported and enabled by 5G connectivity. We had positive impacts obtained in operational cost and sustainability. The automation of cargo handling together with monitoring and tracking system can lower the time to find a cargo and reduce operational inefficiencies. And based on virtual reality simulation, we evaluated that fuel consumption and associated carbon emission are reduced by 8%, together with the yard movement and vessel berthing time. And in this case, the reduction is 6%. So, by the way, you can find all these figures in the Port of the Future report that I inserted in the slide with a link, which describes a lot in detail all the figures related to the impacts of a 5G network in a port, including automation innovation. So there are specific calculation on this. And then I also inserted the link to the Hannover Messe 2020 award as industrial energy efficiency plant, which is also an interesting aspect and an interesting reference. Here I have a video. I don't know if it is possible to run. Would be great because explain the overall case and the innovation in terms of the digital twin. I don't know if we have time.
Well, yes, we would like to see this video because it's quite self-explanatory. And then we are going to follow with a 5-minute break, so we'll have to follow to shorten a little bit our break. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
The automation of the general cargo handling comes along with challenges. Freights has irregular and non-standard geometries. Fixed storage locations are not possible. With 5G speed and performances, the port community will be able to work in an even smarter and safer way. A plethora of 5G connected objects, including cameras, collect high-volume data in real time. Multi-stereo vision is used to determine the position of freights in space, with high precision. Adaptive background subtraction, and dedicated operative research algorithms are used to identify the position in space of each freight from the images captured by the cameras. The proposed solution optimize all the operations related to the handling of the goods from their arrival in the port until their placement in the storage area. Freight's data is recorded with mobile devices. Additional data are collected using the measurement device, based on the LiDAR technology. The point cloud generated by LiDAR sensors was analyzed to collect goods size. An artificial intelligence-based operation management system determines the sequence of logistics tasks and activities, correlating real-time information. A high-precision freight's positioning and tracking system, based on real-time WDR cameras, image processing, and analysis, was developed for monitoring and tracking of freights. The location of new stored freights is automatically detected by cameras. Automated solutions to support workers at the docks in finding the proper box to take in front of the crane for the loading were developed. Using augmented reality, forklift drivers receive indications of the freight they must move and where to put them.
I would like to thank all the speakers till now. Let's have a 5-minute break. Unfortunately, we'll have to shorten it out since we are running a bit late in the agenda. And on 5 minutes, on 11:50 sharp, we are getting back with the rest of the presentations of COREALIS innovations.
you want to no. Okay. So you just press connect, join. This is join, I believe. Join with it. Okay, let's do it. So let's make sure that you have the presentation. You can have it open, just to be sure if you want to take a look first. So the seminar is now open.
Hello, Mr. Anmin.
Hello, yes.
Hello. Actually, I believe that you're testing your connection, and just to let you know that your microphone now it's on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Hello again. So let's resume our presentation. So the next one that I would like to invite is the senior software developer from NEC Laboratories Europe, Mr. Sebastien Nicolas, who is facing a little bit the technical problem. So I would like also to ask Julia Skorikava from Mertico, who is supporting us in this session, to share his presentation and help him in the changing of the slides. So Sebastien, the floor is yours.
Okay, just a second, please. Is Sebastian here?
Yes, I can see him online.
I believe this is another Sebastian.
So let's now proceed with Stefano Persi from Mosaic, and as soon as Sebastian Nicolas is connected, we will come back. Okay.
Shall we wait or shall we go to another speaker?
Iulia and Yannis, shall we proceed with Stefano Persi?
Well, I can still see Sebastian online, but anyway, okay, let's proceed with Stefano then. Stefano Persi is the CEO of Mosaic Factor and will be presenting the cargo flow optimizer of COREALIS. So, Stefano, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks for the presentation, Yannis. And I start with the, should I also leave, well, I just take this out maybe. So let's see, the cargo flow optimizer. So first of all, Mosaic is an SME based in Barcelona. We focus on big data and artificial intelligence, so very much from the technology side, but we really try to bring them down to the concrete problem, and so we focus on mobility and logistics. Port was now the strong expertise in, I have to say, before COREALIS, and for us has been a very good experience to understand the port reality. So we split somehow the cargo flow optimizer. When we think about this, internally we start thinking about two different aspects, two different sides. So the multimodal inland planner and the cargo flow prediction. Let's see. First of all, the multimodal inland planner. So as the name says, is providing an overview, like a set of options, a bit like I like to say the Google Maps, just because it's the more known one. It doesn't mean that it works in this way, but it tried to add extra information. So it works at multimodal level. It provides information about the calculation of CO2 with the latest method, and also like it tried to give some hints in terms of price. It's not the easiest thing to have, but there are information that we've used for the tool, and the overall duration, of course. We are also going to add the connection to the other part of the tool, so to have a prediction on what will be actually the availability in real time is something that is not there yet, mainly for data related issues. So the aim is to provide an overview of what are my options, because I know my option, and maybe I'm used to have a certain option, the easy one, the track, but what would have been the other option, and kind of motivate towards of course, the multimodal shift. But to do that, we think now it may be easier due to the CO2 sensibility and so on, but it's not an easy process, as we all know. So we provide for a given, at the moment we are focusing on option from the port, but of course we calculated the whole overall planning of the whole journey of the container. Given a certain destination, so we compare the three options and the user can see easily. So this is something that the port authority is offering, and the user, especially in terms of freight forwarders or company that move containers in a good quantity, they look from time to time. But the idea is also to try to motivate them with the messages on comparing what they've done with what they could have done, because part of the challenge is also to have these people with a very close, with a very fixed habit to use this kind of tool. But as we say, the main challenge is also to have data and to use those data. So this first tool should help us to have some extra data for the second tool, that is the prediction. So the aim is to have a forecast model of the distribution of goods, but also knowing exactly in like when they move and how they move. So not just the overall flows, but and having these also reaching also the real time at one point, so that we can have an overview of what is the distribution of the in the different infrastructure. So we see the surrounding network of the ports as an infrastructure limited, and what is the current use, and what can be the shift. And the aim is not just to take a concrete decision in the real time, but is also for planning and to see what are my possibility and how can I take advantage of this. So the sources are cargo data and traffic data, and one of the main sources that here I have to say is not yet that included. The aim for an extension in the future is to have information about the actual availability and capability and availability of the different resources. I'm thinking especially, for instance, to the train. So we need different sources, but to have already the current sources has been probably more challenging than developing the algorithm. That we talk about artificial neural network, we talk about very complex technology, but in the end, we come out saying, oh, okay, the big challenge here is again data. I have to say the port has been really helpful to achieve this, both like to getting us know the whole complexity of the ecosystem and supporting us the whole time, as well as having those data from the different people who have the data, because we used to think is a port and inside is all managed by the port, and then you discover the real complexity of the port, and therefore having this is not as simple as a thought maybe. So once you have this whole visibility, what you're going to do is really you can look for patterns, and therefore the different players can see what they could do different or what service they could put available, what demand is somehow there without really using it now because the service maybe is not available, is not known. So that's the aim. So who are the drivers? The starting point is the Port Authority, as we say. The Port of Antwerp, believing that as other ports started similar activities, and they're really promoting this. There is a strong knowledge in the related to the port. So the port know really the complexity inside in the terminal, because when we use if we make the comparison with Google Maps, we think, okay, I need to go from A to B, and I'm here. But the port is not just a dot; is a big city. So how we move inside the port and where is inside the port is not the easiest path. And then the shipper and freight forwarder, because finally they're the one moving containers, so they need to use this tool and they need to take advantage of this and looking more and more for multimodal option. So sometimes the facility in which they have this option may be crucial. Amongst other initiatives, the master also take place. And then the transport operators, because on one side it's crucial to have their data and to have their offering and more in real time. On the other side is who can change their offer if they see that maybe it makes sense. So we've seen different model also in other in previous activities, and we think that it doesn't have to be only one, but who move first can have maybe benefit and encourage the other one to move. But the Port Authority for sure need to have a crucial role on this. And then let's say this is something that we have to bear in mind. Okay, we give visibility, we bring technology, but we have in mind some concrete functionalities. So functionality like data management function, visibility and advice on existing intermodal connection, visibility and advice on well, sorry, is repeating, and support the transport planning process, operational strategical level, is something that the Port Authority is looking into this kind of feature, and it's important that they want this kind of feature because the tool for us is something that we want to stay in place and to grow. So we hope that after the COREALIS project, there will be a follow-up of this activity, and the signals are promising. I mean, the port is really motivated. Again, I want to close with a message that is the solution need to be kept as simple as possible. We all know we like to go into technology, and sometimes making them very simple to understand is important, especially when we try to get data from the players. The complexity of the technology is not the barrier. There are many other things we need to understand, and having in mind that a port is like a small city or a small or a big city maybe in a small place. So it's really complex, and once we get to know the port, we can bring a solution. For us, it was a very exciting opportunity as an SME, and we think to build on that. So thanks for your attention. That's all on my side.
Thank you very much, Stefano. I would like to invite now the senior advisors for ports and codes from Deltares, Mr. Wiebe de Boer, in order to present us the COREALIS Sport of the Future series game. The floor is yours, Wiebe.
Thanks, John. I'm just waiting to share my screen. Can you see it, John?
Yes, it's great and clear.
Okay, thanks a lot, John, for your introduction. My name is Wiebe de Boer from Deltares, and I will present the Port of the Future series game innovation, which is slightly different than the innovations that you have seen this morning. Brief outline of my presentation. First, I will go into why the Port of the Future series game was developed. Then what it is, a little bit on the testing and the TRL level that we achieved, and then some concluding remarks. The Port of the Future series game was associated to 3 living labs in the COREALIS project, which are Piraeus Port, Hamini-Kotka, and Livorno Port. So why the Port of the Future series game? Well, as you all know, there is a lot of ongoing port developments to accommodate economic growth and population growth, not only in Europe, but worldwide. And there is a shift in focus, let's say. So previously, it was solely focusing maybe on economic growth, but there is now more attention for inclusive green growth, also for environmental and social aspects. So not only for the prosperity or the profit component, but also for people and planet. And at the same time, there is new opportunities and new challenges in terms of digitalization, emerging technologies, as you have seen this morning a lot, the energy transition, and also climate change adaptation. And an important factor in all these changes and in inclusive green growth is to engage stakeholders and communities. So this is a quote from a recent report from the World Port Sustainability report. Well, we need the support from local communities to grant and maintain the license to operate from ports. So this is where the Port of the Future series game comes in. And the objectives that we have with the Port of the Future series game are, first of all, to raise awareness. And we do that by simulating real-world events in a digital environment, as you see in the screenshot below. By engaging the stakeholders in exploring and discussing port development opportunities, and by educating the players of the game. And that is both in multidisciplinary thinking, so thinking across fields and disciplines, but also in multi-perspective thinking, let's say, so thinking from different stakeholder perspectives. Well, to give you a bit of a flavor of what the Port of the Future series game is, well, you see an overview of the game in the screenshot. The game has a fixture port setting, and that allows the game to be played actually in any type of port. So it's not tailored to one single port, it can be played for any port. In the game, we play with actual stakeholders, and those stakeholders are divided over different stakeholder groups. And the idea of the game is that you step into the shoes of different stakeholders so that you don't take your own role, but that you take another role. And I just give a flavor of the stakeholder roles that are included in the game here, such as the government, the Port Authority, but also NGOs or terminal operators. And the idea is that in the game, the stakeholders together take measures to work towards their port of the future. And each stakeholder group needs to do that from their own role. So they need to negotiate and they need to convince each other why to take a certain measure. The game consists of a number of rounds. So each round represents, let's say, roughly 10 years. In time, you get feedback from the measures that were taken, and you can adjust your strategy, let's say. Here you see some of the game cards. It's a bit small, but I will come back to that later in a small video. So each measure is scored on the, let's say, PPP, yeah? So people, planet, and profit, or people, planet, and prosperity. And the scores are, let's say, bookkept in the central screen. So in this case, you see a people score of 0, a planet score of minus, and a prosperity score of minus. And this feedback should trigger the players to think about what to do next. And of course, there's also a budget in there. I should say those numbers are kind of fictitious scores on a scale from -5 to 5, and the budget is then on, let's say, budget units of 100 or 150 in this case. And within the available budget, you have to take action. And during the game, maintenance costs, but also revenues will be also taken into account in this budget. And then the ultimate goal is that the stakeholders together come to decisions, they negotiate, and they together come to a balance in these PPP scores and come to inclusive green growth. So that is the ultimate aim of the game. And this whole process, it's important to mention, is facilitated by a facilitator who needs to stimulate the debate, stimulate the players to think differently, and also give feedback of what is happening. So what do we see, and what does that mean? Well, to make the game a little bit more tailored to a specific port setting, you can select different scenarios with different learning goals. And these scenarios basically link to the trends that I already mentioned in my first slides. It could be about climate change adaptation, for example, or the energy transition, innovations like emerging technologies, sustainable port city development. But if you don't want to play a specific scenario, you can also just have a neutral scenario. And second of all, the game also has events, and those events can happen, let's say, very instantly, and they can trigger an additional debate and conflict amongst the stakeholders. So these events are actually meant to, well, prepare the stakeholders for the unexpected. And we know now in COVID times how important it is also to prepare for the unexpected. So this is to kind of change the mindset during the game as well. Well, I have a quick flight through the game to give you a bit of a flavor of how the gameplay evolves. I must say that I used a slightly older version of the game, so it's even more attractive at the moment. I will just talk you through it. So this is the start screen of the game. Here you can select which scenario you want to play. And then the scenario that you play affects the scores of people, planet, and profit. So that sets the scene. So in this case, planet and people are minus, and that should trigger the players, okay, we should work on that from our own perspective. So we should develop a strategy and then select measures. Well, here we give just some random examples of the measures. It's a wide range of measures where you can think of, select from. And then when a measure is selected, the players get visual feedback, first of all, so about the implementation of the measure, but also about how it affects the scores on the triple P, people, planet, and prosperity. So in this case, the island port development has a minus effect on planet, as you can imagine, but it has a positive effect on people and prosperity. Well, this will be also then reflected in the scores, as you see here. And then you see that, well, we managed to improve the people indicator, but not the planet one. And then in the next round, new measures can be selected to, well, deal with this feedback and improve on those scores. And the players can also use the fact that there are multiple rounds in their negotiation strategy, let's say. So if you give something in the first round, you may take something maybe in the second round. And this is all part a little bit of the game. So here you see some new measures being implemented in the game. And again, you get the feedback. And it's also there's also time then to discuss, let's say, what's going on. That is now not shown in the video. And at the end of the game, you get an overview of what has happened in terms of where you improved and where not. And that is basically the end of the game. And the part that you now miss in this video is, of course, the most important part, which is the discussions between the stakeholders, the feedback, the reflections, and that's actually what you need in a live setting, let's say. A little bit on the testing of this innovation and achieved technical readiness level. We had actually 3 iterations of testing planned. Well, 2 were achieved during the consortium meetings in Athens and Valencia in 2019. And then the 3rd iteration was meant to be live with stakeholders to really test this innovation in the operational environment, which is also what you want if you want to achieve TRL 7. But because of COVID, these were all cancelled and replaced by webinars. So instead of moving from TRL 4 at the beginning of this development to TRL 7, we achieved TRL 6. And below you also find some feedback from the iteration testings that were performed, where we see that the Port of the Future series game helped to get a better understanding of sustainability, to better understand the different viewpoints of stakeholders, and also to think differently to a slightly less extent. So to conclude, well, the Port of the Future series game was developed to connect to the trend of inclusive green growth and also to facilitate stakeholder engagement with the focus on raising awareness. It's not a decision-making tool as such because it doesn't really provide quantitative information, but qualitative. It's an interactive way to engage stakeholders and explore together developments, challenges, scenarios. And well, as you also saw from the survey results, it helps in better understanding port sustainability aspects, the different perspectives from different stakeholders on port development and thinking differently. So with this, I would like to end my presentation. If you want more information, you can visit either the COREALIS website or the Deltares website. And with that, I want to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Pibe. The next presentation, I would like to invite the project manager at Innovation and Port Cluster Development in Fundación Valencia Port, Mr. Carlos Perez Vera, to present the COREALIS just-in-time rail shuttle service. The floor is yours, Carlos.
Okay, thank you, John. Let me know whenever you see my screen.
Yes, just turn it on to mode. Great.
Okay, do you see it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect, thanks. Well, hello to everyone and good afternoon. I'm Carlos Perez, a project manager in the Fundación Valencia Port, which is the research and innovation center of the Port of Valencia. And in this first presentation, I'm going to make you a summary of the just-in-time rail shuttle service feasibility study, which has been covered in the COREALIS project. And well, this study, what has covered is the feasibility of an innovative just-in-time rail shuttle service for a key port hinterland corridor in the Port of Valencia, which is the Zaragoza-Valencia corridor. And the idea of this study is to increase the modal split of the railway for the port, because now it accounts for a bit more than a 6% if we talk in TEUs compared to the traffic by road. And the idea of the Port Authority of Valencia is to boost railway traffic, and this is the reason why this study is behind. And well, for this study, we have focused in 3, let's say, pillars. Firstly, we assess the solution design and define the service characteristics, defining, for instance, the type of trains, locomotives, number of daily trains, total TEU or tons transported, etc. We then assess the different railway processes that are currently implemented in the port, and also assess the IT requirements that this new service will need for a proper implementation in the future. And finally, we also assess a potential business model for its implementation, and we cover also a market analysis to check with the main agents involved in this shuttle service the feasibility in the near future for this kind of service. Well, as I mentioned you before, the idea is to move traffic from the road to the railway, and the way to do it is to reduce the cost of the units transported. That means reduce the cost per container. That's the way to attract more shippers to use the rail freight. And this is why we have used this optimal solution as the one that minimizes the cost per TEU. To achieve this target, there are different inputs and hypotheses that we have used in our feasibility study. Firstly, inputs regarding the route, which is the corridor Valencia-Zaragoza. But of course, this model or this service can be replicated in other corridors, but we focus the assessment in this specific corridor. Then we also analyze the traffic and the cargo between these two nodes, number of containers, type of containers, how many are full, empty, etc. We also assess and identify which type of locomotive we need and what type of wagons we need to accommodate all this cargo within the route. And then we focus in the operational and the composition part of the train. How many round trips per week? What are the costs of this new service? Terminal cost, handling cost, personal cost, but also which is the length of the optimal composition that is needed for the implementation of this shuttle service. For this analysis, we set up different scenarios with different inputs and hypotheses that I mentioned before. And the idea is, as I also mentioned, to reduce the cost per unit transported. So there were two different scenarios that mainly differ in the number of round trips per week that achieve the lower cost per TEU transported. And in those two scenarios, we also carried out a sensitivity analysis to identify which is the weight of the different costs that are more important and affect more the cost of the cargo transported. And in this part, we identified the port terminal handling charge and also the inland terminal charge were among those more important, but also the fuel price and the occupancy rate of the shuttle service. Then, once we identify the operational part and also the different costs for this study, another important thing was to cover and assess what are the new information requirements if we want to implement this kind of service to boost the railway traffic in the port of Valencia. And the key factor for the successful implementation of this service is to identify which containers are going to be loaded into the shuttle service in advance, so that terminals can know this information and can react and discharge directly the containers from the vessel and move them directly to the railway terminal without passing in the terminal yard. That will reduce the number of handling movements and then will reduce consequently the cost of the terminal of the port terminal. And to gather all this information and to distribute this information among the different agents involved, the port community system plays a key role because it is the tool in the port of Valencia that shares all the information of the port community. So this was also identified in this study. And then we also propose a new business model for the operation of this new service in which a shuttle entity that can be public or private or even a public-private agreement is created and shares the capacity of the entire shuttle service, firstly with a railway undertaking that is going to cover the route, and also this shuttle entity shares the capacity of the shuttle between the different railway operators that then distribute this capacity between the shippers. And the main key factor for the successful implementation of this shuttle service is the implementation also about a compensation system between the different rail operators, so that we try to always complete the composition and make this shuttle to be full in every round trip that it does, so that the different operators can share partially the capacity that they have initially agreed. And well, to check if this study and this new service is feasible or not, we also carried out a workshop in Valencia with all the stakeholders involved in the rail operative for the port. And we tried to do a workshop with an innovative methodology, the service dominant business model radar methodology, in which each of the actors involved collaboratively expressed their interest and the cost, the benefits that they have, which is the main activity that they produce in this collaborative scheme, and the value proposition. And the idea of doing this workshop was to understand and to know from all the stakeholders that can be involved in this system what their opinion about the potential implementation of this in the port of Valencia. And well, this is more or less the summary of this just-in-time rail shuttle service. The complete study is available in the website of the COREALIS project in the part of deliverables. But if you have any question about the study, feel free to ask me in the chat.
Thank you very much, Carles. Now, I would like to invite the Senior Advisor of R&D in Dining, Mr. Sven de Bricker, in order to present the COREALIS Green Cookbook. The floor is yours, Sven.
Yeah, thank you, John. Okay, so I hope you can see my presentation. Today, I will give a short presentation about the energy assessment framework that we have been building. So the Green Cookbook is an energy assessment framework for ports in general and for the port of Piraeus in particular, where we try to integrate renewable energy sources, battery storage, in order to reduce the CO2 as much as possible, and all of this in a cost-effective way. For this, we have made a simulation environment in which we model the power flows between the renewable energy, the load, the grid connection, and the battery storage, and also take the constraints of these elements into account. And with this simulation, we try to optimize several objectives. For instance, we want to achieve the maximum amount of self-sufficiency of the port. We also want to ensure that we can achieve a certain level of peak shaving such that we can minimize the grid connection. All of this at a reasonable cost and with a maximum amount of CO2 reduction. We have built several scenarios, 3 different scenarios. I will talk about the first 2 ones. In the first scenario, we take the current PCT load into account. And so the current load is approximately 40 gigawatt hours. 90% of the load goes through 3 loads, being the K cranes, the reefer containers in the yard, and the yard cranes themselves. And the remaining 10% goes to the buildings and the lights of the port. In the second scenario, we added an extra load, being electric terminal tractors. Currently, some 140 of those terminal tractors are used in the port. They are subjected to a lot of stop and go traffic, and they travel at low speeds. So that's very detrimental for diesel engines, but very beneficial for electric drives. So we can replace those diesel drives with electric drives. That would allow us to save 2.5 million liters of diesel each year and have a return on investment of 4 years. With this, we can achieve 9 kilotons of CO2 per year, and the load would only increase with 10%, 50% of which, for instance, is achieved by less curtailment of the renewable energy. So this is a win-win situation. How can we supply the electricity for this scenario, or for the first two scenarios? In this, we have taken into account 10 megawatts of PV panels and 7 wind turbines of 3 megawatt, which are quite normal figures to be achieved with renewable energy these days. With this, we can achieve 60 gigawatt hours of renewable energy. Most of it is directly used by the port load. Some of it, some 12%, is first stored in the battery and then later used by the load. But also a large part of it is exported to the grid. It's also important to know that we wanted to make sure that all of those energy flows can be achieved in reality. So we have built a small-scale demonstrator in which we have solar panels, battery storage, and a controllable grid connection with loads to simulate or to emulate all of those power flows in a real-life environment. What are the results of this energy assessment? Well, first of all, we have seen that we can achieve almost 90% of self-sufficiency with the combination of PV, wind turbines, and battery storage. And we have more export of renewable energy than import. So the port becomes a net exporter of renewable energy. And all of this at a reasonable price, so at less than 60 euros per megawatt hour, including the costs of the battery storage. Also, what is the impact on the grid and on the battery? Well, the grid, instead of supplying the load for 100% of the time, it now becomes idle for 40% of the time. The import is reduced to 20% of the time, and 40% of the time the port is exporting renewable energy. And thanks to the well-chosen mix between PV and wind turbines, also the battery can be idle 50% of the time, and the rest it will be either charging or discharging to match the production with the load. So to wrap up, we have achieved self-sufficiency of more than 90% in all scenarios. We were able to achieve some peak shaving, and because in the scenario with the electric vehicles, the peak load rises to 7.2 megawatt, but the grid connection can be limited to 6 megawatt. This is already a cost saving for the port, because we can they have to pay a fee for the peak power, so we can save 100 kilo euros per year. But there are also other cost savings we have achieved. First of all, we have become a net exporter of renewable energy at 16 gigawatt hours per year, but also the expensive fossil fuel, which is currently purchased at around 75 euro per megawatt hour, is replaced with less expensive renewable energy at 60 euro per megawatt hours. And also the fuel cost of the terminal tractors is reduced a tenfold, so from 50 kilo euros per year per tractor, we go to 1.5 kilo euros per year per tractor, multiplied by 140, it gives a large saving. which level of CO2 reduction have we achieved over an exploitation period of 15 years? More than 1,000 kilotons of CO2 can be saved, which is equivalent to 5,500 coal cars. We have also had a third scenario in which we connect some of the ships with an onshore power supply, such that the onboard diesel generators can be shut down and replaced with the locally generated renewable energy. It is possible. It gives a huge amount of savings, so 50% more savings, so an extra 500 kilotons over an exploitation period of 15 years. But the grid connection has to be used at full capacity, so at 7 megawatt. We need to introduce 5 extra wind turbines to achieve 90% self-sufficiency. Unfortunately, the curtailment will increase from less than 10% to more than approximately 20%. And even then, we will only be able to accommodate between 1 and 3 ships, depending on the size of the vessel. So we cannot supply all ships in the port without any grid reinforcement. So this was my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. So we are getting back to Carles in order to present us the COREALIS Innovation Incubator and the relative hackathon that was carried there. The floor is yours, Carles.
Okay, I'm sharing again my screen. I guess you can say it now, no?
Yes.
Okay, hello again. Now I'm going to present you the innovation incubator that we did in the Port of Valencia, which mainly comprised the organization of the first hackathon of the Port of Valencia. The objective behind this innovation incubator is to foster the collaboration among the port logistic cluster and the medium and small enterprises, startups, in order to establish new networks, partnerships, or any kind of agreement that can help the port community of Valencia to promote the innovation, the digitalization, and the sustainability of the port operations. Initially, it was planned to organize a face-to-face hackathon that it was going to last between 2 to 3 days, but of course the COVID impacted heavily the hackathon, and we decided to move from a face-to-face event to an online event, so that we changed completely the format of the hackathon because this new online version, and we moved to online hackathon during 1 week. The idea of this hackathon is that we invite all the innovation ecosystem and the entrepreneur ecosystem, startups, and so on, that will tackle some of the challenges that are proposed by the stakeholders of the port logistic community of the Port of Valencia. And well, as I mentioned we decided to go ahead for this online version, and this is why we launched the online platform in which all the hackathon occur. In this platform, we had the participants, the mentoring sessions, all the streaming videos, webinars, and so on, and everything was organized within this online platform. For the success of a hackathon is key the involvement of the stakeholders, and in the case of the hackathon of the Port of Valencia, the involvement of the port community. For this reason, we had 4 challenges. One of them is sponsored by one of the main stakeholders or main key partners. One of them was the Port Authority of Valencia, which presented a challenge about circular economy. Then we have one of the major shipping agencies in Valencia, Costco Shipping Lines Spain, which proposed a hackathon about optimizing road transport operation. Then one of the most important freight forwarders in our port community, Grupo Romeo, And then we have a global partner, which is the Global Alliance for Trade Facilitation for the World Economic Forum, that had a challenge about how to increase the efficiency of the global trade. Besides these four main challenge owners and key partners, we have the collaboration of other entities, such as the Fundación Juana Rizo Serulla, the Popular Valencia, or the ALIS, and some other IT partners, such as HERE or Nexport. Additionally to the main stakeholders, we have the involvement of mentors from these main entities, the jury that selected the final 3 winners of the hackathon. And well, we divided the hackathon in 2 parts, a semi-final and then the announcement of the 3 winners of the hackathon of Valencia. Here I show you the timeline that we followed in our first online hackathon. Registrations were open 1 month before the, let's say, the hackathon week at the end of October. And then the hackathon week occurred between 20th of November and the 27th of November 2020. The idea of doing this 1 week instead of a shorter is due to the online format. But at the end, we got a good feedback from participants that this is a tight agenda for an online hackathon, but it was a nice timeline for them. In this timeline, we launched the challenges on Friday 20, and the teams had 5 days to develop and prototype the ideas they have for the different challenges. On the 26th, the mentors decided which of the different solutions proposed in the hackathon passed to the final and select the 8 finalists of the hackathon of Valencia. And finally, on the 27th of November, the 8 finalists did their final demos in which they presented the solution, their business model, and how they want to tackle the different challenges to the audience. And finally, the final 3 winners were selected among these 8 finalists. Well, as I mentioned you before, to develop the different ideas for the participants, they had the support of general mentors coming from the ALIS, Nexport, and HERE technologies, and they were supporting the participants in more general aspects of the challenges they were tackling. But then they also have the support of the challenge owners. For that, in a specific challenge, there were assignated some people that helped the participants for the development of their solutions. And here we have mentors from Costco Shipping, Romeo, the Global Alliance, the Port Authority of Valencia, and also from the Fundación Valencia Port. And well, once they have finished the development of their ideas and their solutions, the jury of the hackathon selected the 3 winners among these 4 criteria: feasibility, creativity, quality of the prototype, and usability. And all of them, they're equally balanced. In this jury, we have representatives of the 4 challenge owners and also 1 representative of the Fundación Valencia Port, which is part of the COREALIS consortium. And here, the prizes were divided in 1 grand prize for the, let's say, the principal winner of the hackathon, and 2 secondary prizes that were sponsored by Propeller Valencia and ALIS. Regarding the winners, the first winner, the winner of the grand prize, was the book-as-slot solution that proposed a solution to optimize road transport in container terminals by matching double operations, that they developed a tool that helped the transport companies to identify when a container that is going to be delivered to match it with another pickup from the terminal, so that it will help to reduce the empty runs going and coming from the port. And then the secondary prizes were for iRates, which was a tool to help Grupo Romeo, which is a freight forwarder, to gather all the information sheets from the carrier and have a specific tool for all the ocean rates to have it in a dashboard and facilitate the work of the forwarders that have to do all the offers to the carriers. And finally, the third place was for Chango Freight, that proposed a solution for facilitating freight with e-payments and e-documentation. The other finalists are also listed here: eDocument Hub, WaveNode, NetWays, Line, and optimization of logistics. And well, discussing about the main KPIs of the hackathon, we had more than 260 participants in around 30 different projects. And here you have the links for the hackathon website, and also the ceremony, the final demos, and the closing ceremony that we did online of this hackathon, and that was broadcasted on YouTube. And finally, once we finish the online hackathon week, we continue with this innovation incubator, and we meet with all the stakeholders that were involved in this first edition to identify potential improvements for the new edition, and also to see what are the ideas that they have about continue developing the ideas proposed in the hackathon. Regarding the new edition, we discussed the possibility of doing a new event this year in 2021, but now we are discussing what is the appropriate format that we want to follow. We want to go again for a virtual hackathon, or we want to go and try a face-to-face event with the initial proposal that we have in mind, or to try a hybrid, let's say, hackathon mixing the virtual and also face-to-face. And then regarding the proposals, we have to say that Costco and Fundación Valencia Port, we are continuing with two of the solutions proposed in the hackathon, doing mentoring sessions with them to continue developing the solutions and trying to do small pilots in the port of Valencia during this summer. And also Grupo Romeo is testing two of the solutions that were proposed in the hackathon and doing small pilots with the solutions that were presented. And well, this is all from my side. If you have any question, you have my email there, so feel free to ask me anything about also this hackathon.
Thank you very much, Carlos. So now we are going to try and give it another shot in order to get Mr. Sebastian Nicolas online in order to present us about COREALIS Predictor. So, Nicolas, are you able to connect now? Can you
I'm connected and I'm speaking. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you very much for the organization team to make it possible for me to speak. Sorry for the hassle. So I'm Sebastian Nicolas from NEC. I'm a senior research engineer, but here I'm really speaking on behalf of Anil Goya, who did actually all the technical work, but who left NLE or NEC a few months ago to go back to India, essentially. Right. I can't see my presentation anymore. I believe Peter is showing his camera.
I'm sorry, guys. Let me.
Okay, I can see my screen now. Can we move to the next slide, please? Great. Okay, so what we are working on is predictive maintenance, which is basically trying to predict when truck parts will fail. So you can do this in two ways. Preventive maintenance is about scheduling regular inspections of trucks and figuring out which part works, which part doesn't. And of course, that's very costly because you keep inspecting the same part that keeps working, and it doesn't also take into account the history of the truck, like how much it ran, what the load was, etc. So everybody in the industry is a bit shifting towards predictive maintenance, which is about trying to predict when a particular part will fail or is likely to fail. And it's also able to exactly, like look into patterns of usage of the truck in the past and real-time data acquired from IoT devices. So that's indeed like we need data collection from the IoT layer, and I think that's been presented in previous presentation. And what we are doing is sitting on top of this a predictive maintenance platform using an AI model, which I will describe in the next slides. And the output of this model is, of course, to predict in the next 14 days, for example, what is the percentage of likelihood a particular part will fail. And then, of course, if you have this value, you can proactively schedule, repairs, and you can also better manage your spare parts inventory because you know when parts are going to fail and when you need to stock new parts. Can we move to the next slide, please? Thank you. Before this, we did a bit of market analysis quickly from a report from Allied Market Research, and they say that the compounded growth rate in this field, in the PDM market, is about 25 to 30% annually, which is pretty good. They're not too sure about the market size, but it's anything between $15 and $30 billion, so it's quite sizable. We also looked at competitors such as Bosch, SAP, Huawei, IBM, SAP, and we found out that they really rely on basic machine learning method, like basically statistical analysis, Bayesian inference type of things. And especially like this predictive maintenance it's a jargon, but it's an imbalance classification problem whereby most of the times the part will be fine, like 99% of the time, and 1% they will be faulty. So you have specific machine learning techniques to tackle this imbalanced aspect of the classification task, and we don't think that these competitors use it. So we're the only one to do this, and I will describe how. If you go to the next slide, please. Okay, so we in NEC we have a portfolio of ensemble learning technologies. Ensemble learning is basically to combine many weak learners to provide more efficient learners. A weak learner is a model that will have an accuracy of say 50 or 60 or 70%, but that will be good at predicting particular parts or particular features or particular conditions for which a part will fail. And if we combine such weak learners or such specialized weak learners, you can write a sort of meta learner that will know when to use which weak learner depending on the conditions. So essentially, we wrote Bright DAMV, and we have a paper on this that is basically learning a diversity of aware weighted majority vote classifier over the base classifier. That's just fancy talk for it's trying to learn. Let's use model number 1 for 20% of the time, model number 2 for 30%, etc. It's kind of trying to exactly set the right weights for these integer-based learners. Okay, next slide, please. Right, so as said, the base learners are learned on a subset of the data set. So on a subset of trucks or a subset of parts. Okay, so we have K base learners, and from these base learners, we are training a meta model to learn the coefficients that I was speaking about, like the weights that I was speaking about. What helps is we are reweighing the examples. Namely, we are actually training this meta learner by putting the emphasis on the when the part fails. Essentially, so we keep presenting to this meta learner the events where the parts fail, and that's what helps kind of tailor it to this imbalance classification problem. Exactly. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is just experimental results. What you're seeing here, we have actually tested this algorithm not only for COREALIS, but on pretty much other imbalance classification problems, such as medical domain cancer occurrences, or web page classification, do I like it, do I not like it, or credit fraud. So which are the examples of imbalance classifications. What you can see on the right tables is that we're basically the best. So on as columns you have the different data sets, and as lines you have the different competitors, if you want, or other type of imbalance classification algorithms. And the last line is DAMV, and we basically have the best accuracy across all problems, so all data sets, especially in the PCT data set, which is the last column, where we have an accuracy of 98%, or to be precise, like a F1 score of 0.98, which is really good, actually. So we're beating the state of the art here. Right, next slide, please. Okay, and this is really the screenshot of our user interface, whereby you can enter the part that you're interested on, and you can check whether there is a model trained for that part. And on the next slide, please, which is the last one, you just enter your part ID, enter your prediction horizon over the next X days, and you train your machine learning model. And then you can, the pendant of this is actually the prediction tab, whereby you just enter your part ID, and it will tell you, okay, with which probability will the part fail in the next 14 days. This is a web interface, so of course it's available on any support, like on tablets for the port personnel inspecting the trucks, actually. Yeah, I think that that concludes my presentation. I don't know if there are any questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with the predictor presentation, we sum up all the COREALIS innovations. I hope that you have all enjoyed the presentation from our partners. And we will now continue with the next session, which is the presentations of the Port of the Future network projects. And I would like first to introduce Mr. Alexio Pico, who has more than 16 years of experience working with politicians, policymakers, regulators, academics, and third parties, specifically in developing new public and private business using national and European funding. Mr. Alexio Pico is the coordinator of the Docks of the Future, which is the coordination and support action for the Port of the Future projects. So, Alexio, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for inviting me, and it's really a pleasure to give you some detail of some outcomes of our CSA, the Coordinated Action on the Ports of the Future, CSA that ended November last year. But we have some results that could be exploited, and this morning I will briefly introduce you some of them. And more than that, there is an exploited result already available that I will present to you at the end, being the network of excellence that was born inside the project, and it is now formed by 18 ports in Europe. This is what I'm going to talk you about, three main outcomes of our project, the KPIs and the so-called Project Common Index, the transferability analysis, and decision support system. Docks of the Future is a CSA, so it is not meant to do research by itself, but mainly to gather input and to gather, let's say, even outcomes from other projects, from other initiatives, not to reinvent the wheel, but to frame a good package of also tools that could be used for the port to shape their own future, where the future was set in 2030, so a short-term one. And then a few words about the network of excellence. The methodological frame, just to come back to the fact that we didn't reinvent the wheel, is strictly, very strictly linked to what was already existing or came out during the project, mainly the UN Sustainable Development Goals, that has been framed in our project in 5 areas, following what the World Port Sustainability Program has already defined. So the Docks of the Future set of objectives are framed within those 5 micro areas and the 17 UN SDGs. This has been used both for the KPIs and the project common index, meaning that we, for the different kind of topics that could be related to a port of the future, ranging from, of course, digitalization, accessibility, energy, environment, port-city relation. We have a number of areas. Globally, we have defined 17 so-called high-level strategic objectives related to the 5 micro areas, and then with 50 plus more than 50 tactical objectives. And for the 17 high-level strategic objectives, we set a number of key performance indicators. And specifically, these high-level strategic objectives, you see that these are the 17 that are related in the 5 micro areas, and you can see some of them, and I'm not going to list all of them, but for instance, for climate and energy, we have 2 high-level strategic objectives that are linked to the SDGs. The first one is combat global warming, linked to SDGs 13, and the second one, save natural resources, linked to SDGs 12. And also for the other 4 areas, meaning community outreach and port city dialogue, governance and ethics of the ports, and resilient infrastructure and safety and security, we have other strategic objectives. What is one of the outcome that we created is that evaluating specific projects, we can bring different KPIs together and create, and we have created a methodology to define a project common index. So how a specific project is going towards some specific objectives. This is a graphical representation on how the aggregated KPIs coming from the different parts of the project can result in supporting the different 5 micro areas. So in a nutshell, you can see how you can combine different KPIs and see where a specific project is aiming to, what kind of objectives is aiming to achieve. Of course, this presentation this morning is a very high level one in the sense that under that there is a methodology, there is a lot of work, and everything is available on the Docs of Future website. There is also a training tool with a training material, some videos, so everything is explained in a way that, of course, I do not have the time to explain. What I want to give you this morning is a flavor of what we did in order to raise your interest and say, okay, let's go to have a look to how as a port operator I can use those tools in order to improve my performances and to my vision for the future. The second one is the so-called decision support system tool. Is a tool for understanding which measures or projects or initiatives need to be pursued in order to achieve these high-level strategic objectives, meaning that it is supporting complex decision-making and selecting the right initiatives. This is transformed in an Excel-based system that could allow decision maker to find the best solution, and it can be used in, for instance, for a potential problem scenario. It can be used, okay, what I can do in terms of my energy transition and in terms of promoting alternative fuels, but at the same time, my reducing port activities negative impacts on local community. And this tool can be used in 2 ways. The first, using as an input, now on the left side, you can select the strategic objectives. So the strategic objectives, that again are the same I mentioned you before, you can select it, and based on those strategic objectives, you can have a list of suggested measures to investigate. And linked to the suggested measures to investigate, you could have a sort of sorted projects, meaning projects already that the project has gathered and analyzed, already running in the direction of the strategic objectives with materials that you could use. So this is a good way to say, okay, I want to do that. These are measures that I can implement, and these are projects that already implemented with those measures. At the same time, you could use the other way around. You could select the measures you want to implement and see what kind of strategic objective can be pursued via these selected measures. And again, having the project details about the selected measures. So it's two-way around. The third one is the so-called transferability analysis tool. This is the objectives of the tool, meaning that when you have an innovative project, one of the key points is, okay, this is a project that is realized in a certain port. I want to make this transferable. I want to transfer in my port. Is this transferable or not? As you are quite aware of, I mean, there might be many, issues for that, and we want to develop something to help to understand it. And in order to do that, we derived two main indexes to do that. Let's say the so-called TA score, that is potential contribution towards transferability, and the other one that is at the proposal stage when you are proposing some project, so which is the potential contribution, or during or after the project life cycle, there is a methodological evaluation of the ease of transferability. So when the project is done, how much this could be transferred to another port. The methodology behind is a little bit is far complicated to be presented in 10 minutes, in 3 minutes, but this is just the output of the transferability, meaning the TA score in the proposal phase, the potential contribution. It is ranked from 0 to 4, from let's say something that is not applicable in any other place, or for wide support for transferability, or even more than that. During or after the project life cycle, the ease of transferability is again measured by the TA index that is scored from +2 to -2, or from -2 to +2, where there are or strong constraints from transferability or strong support from transferability, with of course a 0 position that is a neutral position. Again, I invite you to go to our website to look to the training material, to the methodological approach, to the deliverables, where you could really find a very good, detailed explanation on how this could be used. But let me go to the last point. The last point is about the network of excellence. That, as mentioned, the 3 others are tools that we are now, they are left ports to be used. As an exploitation item, we created at the end of the project, during 2020, by the way, the Docs for the Future Network of Excellence. Intentionally, the name is the same name of the project because it's a follow-up of the project. It's a network of ports that are willing, let's say, strategically to achieve their sustainable targets, mainly the ones included in the Green Deal policy of the European Union, but based on the possibilities of doing projects together or developing projects that could be then submitted to different programs to be supported. And this is really based on the willingness to work together. The network is free of charge. You have not to pay anything to be part of this network. It's based really on a voluntary base to cooperate. The topics of the network, of course, they are the ones that we are dealing every day, and the same, let's say, of the Ports of the Future projects, ranging from the energy transition and alternative fuels to multimodality, innovative financial tools, resilience being also including also the concept of cybersecurity, digitalization for sure, and port-city relation and circular economy. This is some of the ports that joined already. I think a couple of ports joined in the meantime in the last 2 days, so this is still not totally updated. So we have 18 ports now, with some of them joining in this period. So it's already a good network. We have regular meetings trying to bring together forces to develop new projects. One project, for instance, is that we are setting together is the continuation of the flagship initiative on cold ironing that is called Healing, that is already running on SEF1, and we are setting up second one that will be yielding to for the next SEF2 program. But this is mainly based on the ports of the network, but is open to everybody that could join later. So this is it. I think I was able to stick to my time. Just the intention to give the flavor of what it is. Whatever you want to know, you could send an email to me, to the project, to the network, or reach me in any way you prefer. And I thank you very much again, the organizers. And I have to say, and I have to admit that the cooperation with COREALIS during the Docs of Future was very, very effective and very good. As you know, relation between RIA and a CSA. So thank you very much for your attention, and hope to have the possibilities to explain you Docs of Future again in the future. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Alexio. Indeed, we had a very good cooperation during the project with the results and all the reporting that we had to do with the CSA. I would like now to invite Mr. Carlos Falau, which is a full professor at the Communications Department at Universitat Politécnica de Valencia. He holds a telecommunications engineering degree and has received his PhD degree in electrical engineering from the Universitat Politécnica de Valencia. His interests focus on research areas of security, privacy, content distribution, networking, interoperability, IoT, smart cities, and wireless communications. Professor Palau is the coordinator of the Pixel project. So, Carlos, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Angelos, for the introduction, and thanks for inviting us to make a presentation to this wonderful event. I'm learning a lot of the things that you have already done in the project. So I'm the Pixel coordinator, and I would like to make let's say a high-level overview of what we are doing in the project. Actually, we have not finished yet, because we have applied for an extension of 5 months. So the project will finish in September, and you all will be invited to the final event of Pixel that we will be doing by that date. So Pixel corresponds to the acronym corresponds to the name of Port IoT for Environmental Leverage. So the idea behind Pixel is that we have created or the challenges that are common to COREALIS is that we have different agents. We have the port managers, the port market. We have different data that is coming, and we have the IoT tech providers. We have different challenges. For example, the real value of IoT for the port managers, the lack of communication of the different components of the different data that can be gathered, that there are not too many official documentation, the problem of this application domain that is very size dependent. And here I have to tell you, as you will see later on in one of the slides, that for example, in the case of Pixel, we have addressed the small and medium ports. And also we have a pilot in Piraeus in order to test what we have developed in Pixel in a bigger port. Okay, so the idea behind data is that try to manage that not everything is an information island. So the data can be shared. So this interoperability of data is a must behind Pixel. That the heterogeneity of data coming from different entities, different components belonging to the port community is let's say homogenized somehow, and try to merge the specific IoT tech providers to what is generic for the application domain, keeping all the time the end-to-end control. So how Pixels drive to drive the digitization towards the port of the future? Regarding Pixel, first thing is we have a lot of data sources. The data sources are defined and are represented in many different ways. So one of the challenges that we had in Pixel is try to achieve a certain interoperability or a complete interoperability between the different data sources in order to have everything available in Pixel in order to be used. So once we have this, we want to have a centralized management. So there will be a Pixel point in which everything will manage. All the data sources will be interoperable and will be managed by the Pixel component. And then you can see a Pixel as an integrator of all these data sources and a tool in order to use all this data that is arriving to the port for the purpose of Pixel, to try to address the different KPIs, the different impacts that we had in this call. So this is really important because with this, trying to gather and to create this structure, we are able to democratize and to create awareness of the need of this environmental leverage coming from the different data. So as you can see in the right side of the slide, we have Pixel that it's in the middle, and we have data that is coming from different places, data that are coming from the PCS, from the PMS, from the terminal operating services, also from the smart cities, from the cranes, from different components. And everything is coming to Pixel, and all this data that is coming can be used to improve the environmental impact of the ports. So Pixel as a whole has a backbone that clearly is IoT. And when we talk about IoT, we don't talk only about sensors. We talk about what we call IoT services, data that is coming from sensors, but data that is coming from other servers, data that is open data that is coming from different elements, from different components. And this data is used for feed the port environmental index. That is one of the major contribution of the project, okay? That it's an index, a composite index in order to evaluate the environmental impact of the port. Different predictive algorithms, analytics, for example, we have used the analytics of AIA's data in order to make different predictions. Also, the port ecosystem IoT platform that will be the platform that will be handling all the data coming from the data sources, and also different models and scenarios and optimization algorithms to try to analyze the data and the scenarios that we are having. So all of this will bring to a reduction of environmental impact in the different port activities, because we will not be using heuristics, we will be using data, real data that is coming from the port. We will be able to reduce the operational infrastructural cost, profiting this data and making good decisions, improve the logistic efficiency in these multimodal hubs as are the ports, and a better port city integration. Actually, the 4 ports that we have involved in the project, the 4 are ports that are integrated in the cities, and some of them are more integrated and others are less integrated, but more or less they are integrated in the cities. And one of the things that we want to do is we have managed to do is to have less dependent on the different technology providers when attempting to provide digitalization. So everything that has been developed in the project is open. We are working with open standards. We are working with different elements. So the technological proposal, this is the core of the Pixel project. We have the data acquisition layer that is based on Fireware. Fireware is the context broker that is a Ceph component and is an open source software component, and it has been used by us. Orange is a gold member of the Fireware Foundation and has supported in this development. We have this data acquisition layer that will be getting all the data integrated using a common representation of the data. We will have an information hub that will be the common repository of the data that will be based in an ELK implementation. We will have operational tools that will be the orchestrator of all the different components. Everything has been containerized using Docker in order to be portable, in order to be replicated in different places, and in order even to be executed in a smaller computer that can be edge nodes. And finally, the dashboard, that will be the web application that has been developed with a specific framework in order to represent the different data and the different elements that are gathered and calculated by Pixel. So this is the 4 use cases that we have in Pixel. We have 4 ports involved. One in Italy, that is the port of Monfalcone, that is having what is called the intermodal transport use case. Monfalcone has been recently absorbed or acquired, I don't know which word to use, by the port of Trieste, but the pilot is remaining in the port of Monfalcone. Together with the port of Monfalcone are working different actors in the area, like for example STAC. Okay, that and this is the way of representing this intermodal transport use case. We have also the port of Bordeaux in France, that is representing, or the use case that it's applying the energy management. The port of Bordeaux is a curious port because it's one of the longest ports in seaports in Europe, because it's in an estuary. Okay, and we also have the port of Piraeus and the port of Thessaloniki in Greece that are representing the use case of the port city integration. And in parallel, transversally to all the use cases, we have what we call the pay use case, that will be calculating this port environmental index for each of the ports and considering the different particularities of each of the ports. So for example, this is how Pixel looks like. This is what the set of components, the set of sensors that, for example, we are using in order to gather the different environmental data. And obviously other data are also being gathered by the ports by themselves, but these are specific sensors deployed by Pixel. And these are some of the dashboards. We didn't want to put too many dashboards in one slide in order not to provide too many information. And here you have, for example, the dashboard that is representing the pay, and you also have the georeferenced information, for example, for a use case that we have performed focused on COVID-19. We made an amendment in order to include it in one of the pilots. And this is the high overview. I hope to have been able to fit in the time. We will miss the Pixel COREALIS encounters. We have been working together, all organized and supported sometimes by the CSA. We have been in Porto, we have been in Athens, and we have also been in Trieste in order to exchange ideas and to represent different components. And if you have any question, you have all the information from Pixel in the website of the project, and additionally in the social networks. And if you have any requests, you can send me an email regarding Pixel. So thank you very much, Angelo, for the opportunity to present Pixel in your event, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carlos. So last but not least, we have Christian Blobner, who has earned a diploma degree in international economics from Otto von Guericke University in Magdeburg and a bachelor's degree in business management from Napier University in Edinburgh. In 2006, he started working for the Fraunhofer Institute for Factory Operation and Automation, IFF, as a project manager in the Logistics and Factory Systems business unit. Mr. Blobner is the responsible manager for the Fraunhofer IFF's Digital Innovation Hub, the VDTC of the Fraunhofer IFF, and the coordinator of the Port Forward project, which will be presented now. Christian, the floor is yours.
Okay, yes, thank you very much for this, and also thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to also present our project here at your final conference. I'm here replacing for Olaf Pernicke, who's currently the project coordinator and took over from me at the beginning of the year. But I'm very happy to show you in how far we are working towards implementing the main objectives of our project, which is that we want to make ports smarter by using ICT technologies, ICT solutions, to improve at the same time the information, but also the logistics flow within the ports and also between the ports and the port communities. The second objective, obviously, is as was also mentioned by all other sister projects here of Port Forward, is to improve the green characteristics of ports and provide green port solutions by adopting green technologies, and overall reduce the environmental impact of port operations, and to save resources within the ports, for example, through different process optimizations. And then to also provide an interconnective solutions and integrate different technologies to better monitor and control freight flows. So the focus here is really on connecting different technologies, and Pixel already just presented some of the objectives that they had in the sense of IoT, and also focusing on small and medium-sized ports. And this is also where Port Forward is really focusing on. And the topic of IoT, the topic of small and medium-sized ports. So we started from very similar propositions, and also work on similar aspects. The project Port Forward started in July 2018 and is scheduled to end in December this year, but we most probably also will have an extension of the project efforts due to the COVID situation. As you can see here, we focus on most of the ports are in Southern Europe, where we have Vigo port as an Atlantic port in Spain. We work together with the port of the Balears, specifically in Mallorca, and with the port of Livorno in Italy. Moreover, we also included one inland port within the consortium, which brings us to a very special position here as having the only inland port within the consortium family, in the port of Magdeburg, which is also the largest inland port in central Germany and eastern Germany. So as you can also see, most of the partners in the consortium, they don't have this specific maritime background. Most of them come from the IoT sector, the industry sector. Industry 4.0 is one of the leading aspects of the research of the partners, and the aim for Port Forward is also to transfer concepts and technologies that have been piloted and used in the Industry 4.0 context to transfer them into a port context. So, and with this context, we developed a software architecture where we want to deeply integrate IoT technology, IoT solutions, cloud and edge-based solutions for small and medium-sized ports, and also want to present them with a scalable solution for their way towards digitization of port operations. So it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. It's a solution that can be started very small with only a limited amount of digital services, but which can be scaled through interoperable protocols and, for example, the orchestration of mini and microservices. As you can see here on the right-hand side of the graph, where it says services on the cloud platform, these basically represent each a use case that we have in one of our ports. So in some ports we have more than one use case, but every use case should end up in a so-called microservice that we will then host on our service architecture, our cloud platform, and which gets connected more towards the port through a device management, through an IoT stack and middleware, which basically connects to all the different IoT devices that can be found in a port. These can be legacy devices, which are already there, but these can also be new devices. And further on the right-hand side, these then connect also with different user interfaces, like a virtual model of the port, a 3D model of a port, or also the established terminal operation system. So we want to have the interoperability so at the start, but also at the end of the project, and also provide interoperable solutions on this cloud platform. For this, there has been throughout the project a very close cooperation between the research partners and the ports, and there have been a lot of meetings in the ports, in different trade fairs. We also taken part in all the Docs of the Future events and presented there our ideas and solutions and used this as a forum. And we also try with a close cooperation between the research partners and the use case partners to establish basically teams that work together on specific aspects. Like here, for example, is a picture of the IFF team, of the Fraunhofer team, together with the team of the Port of Magdeburg, where we are in our 360-degree VR center, the Elbe Dome in our institute, where we test out the 3D model of the virtual model of our of the Port of Magdeburg. And at the same time, we also work together on finding other solutions and finding other ways to cooperate with the port. For example, in using the same solutions that we developed in Port Forward, to also see in how far we can use it for infrastructure planning or marketing uses. Work together with the different employees of the port, the staff, for example, in training and the acceptance tests, or provide them a solution on how to further use 3D models, for example, for process and infrastructure control. One other use case, which is similar to the one that also COREALIS presented, is is the Green Yard Scheduler, which we implement at the Port of Vigo, together with the Brunel University in London, where we basically try to minimize the environmental impacts of crane yard operations, in the sense that we bring together the yard scheduler, the terminal operating system, and not just optimize the use of operations and the use of the yard cranes by time, but also by environmental factors. And for that, we also established an environmental key performance indicator through life cycle assessment of yard operations, and basically focused our efforts of the Green Yard Scheduler on the most promising elements of the yard scheduler, and developed a good solution, and a solution that is currently prototyped together with the Port of Vigo as a microservice for the port. Another aspect, another use case which I wanted to present is the use case in the Port of Livorno, where we work together, or where the partners TeamViewer and the Port of Livorno work together to develop a AR-based solution for container inspection. Here focusing on, for example, custom processes or customs processes, where the customs officer or the yard officer has an AR glass before his eye, and then gets guided through the process. And in the back end, the process is documented so that you don't have to write something down, but the process is very much digitized and available instantly within the database. The last use case that I want to present is the use case that we also did together with the Port of Magdeburg, which also is comparable, at least in its methods, to the one that was presented by COREALIS before, in the sense that we also use technologies like LiDAR sensors and a virtual model of the port. But the challenge here, for example, is that we also combine it with the whole management system of the port, and want to integrate the storage management also within the virtual model and the database of the port. And we basically developed a solution where we put the LiDAR sensors on the cranes within the port to to survey the whole area and to identify at which point cargo is left and at which point we have room for storage, basically, and identify also the type of cargo, the type of free space, because the challenge here obviously is that it's a multi-purpose terminal. So you have containers, you have bulk, you have liquids, you have basically everything that you can transport through inland waterways. You can have it there on the terminal, and the challenge really is to optimize then also the storage. And it's basically then a combination of a virtual grid on the port and in the virtual model, together with live data from the port, data from databases which handle the storage information, and combining those into a solution that is then supporting the workers at the terminal, but also the workers in the management to have stringent digitized processes and digitized asset management, digitized storage management within their port, to be able to then better manage the port and optimize their resources and save basically resources and emissions within the port. And with this, you maybe have like now a better idea what we understand with individual services and what we put on our cloud infrastructure. And the aim obviously is that also these individual services, that they in the end don't function as the individual services, but then that the port can say, okay, I want this service and and service A and service B, and service A also works with data from service B, so that you can orchestrate services together, that they can be put together basically and form new service bundles, so that they also have an added value through combination and not just individual services. And the idea is also that the platform basically is an open platform, and that other partners, other service providers can use their services to be put on this platform. Similar to what Pixel described before, everything is Dockerized using Docker containers, so that it should be easy to put services there and run them on our infrastructure. And maybe it's also a possibility to exchange services between the individual projects for exploitation, and then provide this as a single entrance for small and medium-sized enterprises, small and medium-sized ports, to support the digitization of the port. If you want to have more information on what is going on in our project, here's the website, LinkedIn, and also the Twitter feed. We also have a YouTube channel which has videos on multiple of the use cases. And with this, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Christian. Just a note on myself that all presentations of today's events are going to be available next week in the COREALIS website, so that you can download and review whatever you wish there. So now we have spent almost 3/4 of our event today. It's time to have a break and try to refill our energy by grabbing a quick bite. And let's get all back at 3 o'clock sharp CET. My mistake, 3 o'clock Greek time, 2 o'clock CET. Welcome back, everybody. Now it's time for a very important roundtable discussion that me personally have been looking forward to it since we finalized the agenda for this event. This roundtable discussion includes top European ports and prominent organizations in logistics and inland waterways, and a very interesting session is going to follow. I would like to invite Dr. Angelos Amditis, who will be moderating the session, to proceed with the initiation of this roundtable.
Indeed, Yanis, quite an interesting discussion that we're going to have now. We have the pleasure to have with us 7 quite significant speakers, executives, all of them in their organizations. And we are going to discuss around the vision and challenges of what we call the Port of 2030, but also beyond that. So we had an interesting day listening to all the different innovations that both COREALIS but also other projects in the area have performed or are performing, and quite significant and interesting results. But now it's time to really discuss how the actual people from the port, the actual people that are representing ports and relevant associations are thinking about the port of the future and what they see that it's coming. So the idea for our discussion today is that every one of our executives here, they are going to give us a 3 minutes statement, initial position, just to give them their first ideas and statements. And then hopefully after that, we're going to have some time to discuss a little bit and to have some questions and answers about this very important topic. So having said that, I would like to welcome you all back to our sessions and also to welcome our speakers. I would like to, if you allow me, to start with Carles Suar, the Chief Innovation Officer at the Port of Barcelona. Carles is an industrial engineer and head of innovation at the Port of Barcelona. He's the director also of the Master Executive in Supply Chain Management at Universitat Politècnica de Catalunya. And he has been involved both in professional and academic activities for many years now. So he has been a professor also at various masters in Spain and South America, and of course an expert in logistics, strategy, and port management. And Carlos, I hope you have time to do all these things. We are really happy to hear your statement.
A little bit difficult, but anyway.
I know. Tell me about it.
Okay, let me try to share my screen. I don't know if it works, not this one. Sorry, no. No, this is not. I'm trying.
Carles, we will share the slides for you. Is that okay for you?
Okay, fantastic.
Okay.
Okay. The problem is now I lose myself, so I cannot see myself, so I don't know what I'm looking. But anyway, I will try to. No, it's okay. Fantastic. Okay. Yeah. No, only you can go to the second one without problems. No, the idea is that if you push again, ports at this moment has many challenges. No, our most relevant challenges we think for the Port of Barcelona, but also for all European ports are more or less these 5 here. First one, probably the energy transition. I will not talk about that because everybody knows this situation, but also you have to join this with materials transition. I mean, a probably future crisis with some raw materials like coal or ore or some aluminium and so on, because circular economy and because some other reasons that will affect the port traffics. Also, there's uncertain demand that will exist on many of these activities. But also there are two big problems we have to face. The first one is the port as a commodity, because many of our clients every time are seeing our port and other ports like a commodity, and they can change from one to another with very easy, you know. So sometimes you see, I don't know, 10,000 containers from one client going from Barcelona to Valencia, from Valencia to Algeciras, and then coming back to Barcelona without any really clear reason, no? Because the vessel arrived before, because there is a change in the shipping line, and so on. So ports are becoming a commodity in most of the traffics, and also we are facing an overcapacity in some port ranges, for example, in the Mediterranean. The answer, please, can you push again? The answer of the port for this situation are based on four main ideas: sustainability, to increase our competitiveness, innovation, and digitalization. We did, in January, we finished our 4 strategic plan. We approved our 4 strategic plan, and we did an analysis for the future to understand how these trends or these elements will affect our future as a port. So please change. And again, please. And we made an analysis based in how in the future the world will grow and how in the future Europe will grow, no? And depending on the relationship between the European development and the world development, we have different scenarios to work with, no? If everything goes well, no, the world grows and Europe grows in a similar rate, then we will have a global prosperity. But if the evolution of the world economy and the evolution of the European economy doesn't go so well, then we fight a scenario that we call the global stagnation, and so on. That will affect a lot the traffics of the port. So please, the next one. And more or less, this is the idea of what we think it will happen in 2040. First, in terms of liquid bulk and some raw materials, we consider that in any scenario there will be a dramatic reduction of the traffic in the European ports. Some other traffics, like new cars or some kinds of agrobulk, are more uncertain, but probably they will suffer a slight reduction in the European context. Containers will grow. This is our opinion in mostly any scenario, but not at the same rate that in the past. So there will be a slight increase of the traffic of the containers in Europe. There will be a huge increment in the rest of the world, mainly in Asia and in Africa, but probably there will be a lower rate increase in Europe. And the traffics that there are more possibilities to grow, in our opinion, are ro-ro cargo, short sea shipping, motorways of the sea, and also the cruise transport. Cruise is not probably the traffic best situated at this moment, but we consider that in the future, with hundreds of millions of people of a new middle class in Asia and in the future in Africa, there will be a lot of possibilities for these new people to start developing for traveling and start developing a cruise. So, but this has an important impact on port morphology, or how port has to work. And please put the next one. And this is more or less our idea of how in the next 20 years the land use of the port will be affected. At this moment, so in 2020, about 2/3 of the port surface is used for terminal operations, loading and unloading cargo. About 5% is used for passenger traffic, mainly cruises, and about 25% of the cargo is used for logistics activities. And 3% is for leisure, like marinas and so on. We consider that with this evolution of the traffic, in 2040 there will be a important reduction of the share of the part of the port dedicated to loading and unloading operation. That doesn't mean that we will have less terminals. That means that the percentage of the port, because we expect to grow in surface in the future, but there will be less part of the port dedicated to loading and unloading operations. Where will we using most of the port areas? Well, probably in increasing the logistic activities inside the port. That means doing activity of more added value than loading or unloading cargo. In new activities like energy production, information management, and so on, and to increase these activities that we think that will have a better future, like leisure or passengers. And please, the last one. That means that we are talking mostly about digitalization or innovation inside port businesses, but my first question is about the port business itself. If it will be the same in the future, in 2030 or in 2040, than now, no? And I would like to ask some question. If I have a refinery in my port, when will it close? I'm not asking if they will close. I know it will close. The question is if it will happen in 2040, in 2050, or in 2080. If it in 2080, maybe I don't have to care. But if it happens in 2040, well, that's something I have to face just now. We not only have a refinery, but we have a gas plant, no? So it will take 10 years more or 15 years more, but in the future it will disappear, no? How will be, and this is very important for Barcelona, for example, the pressure of the city to the port in 2040, because we have a huge pressure of the city to the port. So we will have to give some part of the land to the city. How many hectares we'll have to give? Will loading and unloading containers be a good business in the future? Because if you look at the companies, they are all going to vertical integration. That means that they are trying to do all other business, not only loading and unloading. So it will be really a commodity based in cost, and you need to develop new added value to get some margins, enough margins for the development. Are we prepared for all this technological change, like autonomous transport? And I'm not talking about technology. I will know that I know that technology will be here and will be ready. The question is, are the business model ready for this new technology? And this is my presentation. Just thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carlos. I think you touched some very important points. I like very much your last slide with the questions and the things that we have all of us to answer. I don't think it's only for Barcelona, but it's true that we are in a transition period now, and many things will change. Business as usual, I don't think it's the right slogan now for the ports of the future. So thank you very much again, and I would like to move now to Mr. Paolo Pagano from Livorno, from the Port of Livorno. Paolo is actually the director of the joint lab of CNIT and ADSPTS. He has a PhD in high energy physics from Trieste University and a master in IT from Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna in Pisa. And from 2009, he's with the National Inter-University Consortium for Telecommunications, CNIT, leading the networks of embedded systems area at the local laboratories there, but also very much involved with ports, and especially the port of Livorno, being the director of the joint lab between the authority there and the CNIT. So, Paolo, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. Can you see my slides? Seems
yes.
not.
Yes,
you can. Okay. No, abbandonare la riunione. No. Okay. don't know why it happened this way. Okay. So the Port of Livorno, if you are not familiar with it, it's located in western Tuscany. Tuscany is one of the most famous regions in Italy, with Florence, but not only that, with the Leaning Tower in Pisa. It's a mid-sized historical port founded in the 16th century. It's multi-purpose, so it manages containers, but also other types of goods. It has a freight village and a car stocking area. It's located along the Scandinavian Mediterranean corridor. It's a core node of this corridor. It's, as I said, the door of Tuscany, and under the same organization, the Port Network Authority, there are also the archipelagos and another minor port in Piombino. So we are focusing on innovation. There was a sentence by Carles about the fact that there will be new activities in 20 years, and we wonder whether these activities will be actually enabled by these new technologies. So we have focused on the connected vessel to help the maneuvering and the management of the maritime traffic entering and leaving the port. We have set up by innovative technologies based on photonic radars also maritime surveillance. We have working knowledge about cooperative and autonomous vehicles. We have done a pilot in Livorno with SAE level 4 cars, actually avoiding incidents in the port area, in the maritime terminal. With COREALIS, we have experienced this yard management system enabled by 5G. And we have also this dashboard managing an actual measurement of the pollution and the carbon footprint caused by vessel visiting, by vessel and by heavy vehicles working the berths visiting our port, with the granularity of each berth. So we know in each berth what is the impact for the environment caused by the vessels and by the activities. So what for? And that's my contribution to this panel. Because we want to move from demonstration to execution. So the Port Authority has approved recently in January a master plan for 2021 to 2023 that allows us to cover the port, the industrial areas of the port, by a 5G network, a private 5G network. We will monitor and control the lighting of the light towers to achieve energy savings. We'll monitor and control the land side and the port waters, so we'll have distributed large-scale IoT infrastructure for measuring, I would say, pollution and monitoring the weather and the carbon footprint, as I said before. We will have a navigation edge system for real-time assistance to pilots, captains, and Coast Guard. We are providing the active pilots by portable units right now. But we want to say, link the digital infrastructure in the port with that of vessels. We will deploy a real-time information system for the supply chain logistics with the full integration with the rail and road and simple and standardized information sharing. And we try to let, how to say, all the verticals being implemented by the Port Authority in the last decade to converge to a single digital infrastructure managing the port. So that in 2023, the Port of Livorno will have a complete and digital management of the goods cycle. We'll have a complete control of intermodal traffic. We'll have a complete environmental management, support navigation in port waters, and the mobility of citizens and tourists. At least, how to say, in the preliminary shape of this new demos that turn to be pilots and operational functions from the port community system.
So, Paolo, thank you very much. It's interesting to see that There are a number of common challenges for all ports. I'm sure they're going to hear similar things from the other speakers also, but at the same time, there are also challenges related with the local environment of every port. And I think that will be also an interesting remark and conclusion from this discussion. What are the common challenges? What are the common issues that we want to discuss? And what are more local related issues? So thank you very much. I will come back to you later on when we have the discussion. And
Sure.
I'd like now to invite Nick Delmeyer. Nick is the coordinator of European Inland Waterway Transport Platform, and also a good colleague at the ALICE Technological Platform, where I have the pleasure to work with him in a number of subjects. And Nick has obtained his MBA at the University of Leuven in 1982. And from that time, he has been involved in a number of high-profile jobs, I would say, Nick, if I may, in a number of different companies and organizations, including ACFA, including the Belgian Shippers Organization called OEM, also the European Shippers Council, where he also served as Secretary General. And since 2019, he's coordinating the actually newly established Foundation on European Inland Waterway Transport Platform. And of course, as I mentioned, he has been from 2019 already elected as Vice Chair of ETP ALICE, where we are working also together. And of course, he has a huge experience on European projects, so he has also that knowledge coming from this type of projects like the ones we are discussing here today. So, Nick, your floor is yours.
Thank you, Angelos, and the pleasure is all mine, let's say, to work together with you in ALICE and outside of ALICE. And thank you for inviting me to this, partly I would say blind date, because I don't see who is attending. And so since I will tell a bit about inland navigation, probably some people will be bored with it because they don't know everything about it, and some probably never heard of it. But I hope I will make it interesting enough. So inland navigation, and you will have to do without a presentation. The only presentation I have is the background here in my home office. So about inland navigation a bit, it's a world of contrasts, I would say. For those who've been walking along the European rivers and canals, it's a very romantic view if you see a vessel sailing by. So above the surface level, it's very romantic, and below the surface level, water level, I would say, it's a very serious business. There's a lot of innovation going on. There's a lot of challenges going on. There's a lot of opportunities to be taken. Also, a world of contrast in terms of market share. If we look across Europe, 27, 28 countries, doesn't really matter. The market share in freight is about 6% for inland navigation, which is compared to road freight and even to rail like peanut. But if you look at Western Europe, let's say Belgium, Netherlands, Germany, the share of inland navigation is like 40–50%. And if we would look at the Rhine-Alp corridor only, it's about it's even over 50%. Also, a world of contrast in type of goods. We are #1 when it comes to ore and liquid bulk and building materials, but with respect to palletized goods, project cargo and stuff like that, we are almost like zero. So there's hopefully still a lot of opportunities there. World of contrast as well with respect to climate. Together with rail freight in terms of CO2 emissions, we are by far #1. When you look at air pollution, then again it's a different story. I think we are a little bit worse than the others. Digital and automation also there. Contrast again when we talk about the water side. So when they say the vessels are on the rivers, on the canals, we are pretty much advanced compared to other transport modes. We have what we call river information systems, which is basically you could consider already a bit of a backbone for those you know the DTLF and the ALICE philosophy. It's kind of the backbone that could connect all the services related to inland navigation could be connected to that, and we are working on that, and it's in place since 2005 already. Also, Internet of Things is not so far off there, and it's already applied since many years on some applications. The land side, however, is still a bit forgotten. The connection between what's happening on the water and what's and the rest of the supply chain, I would say, there is still a lot of room for improvement. But as I said, the river information services are definitely something we have, and that could be extended to the land side. Then, yeah, what's important for us, of course, is the Green Deal, not just for us, but for all that are involved in transport and outside. The Green Deal is for us an excellent and definitely the modal shift part. It's an excellent opportunity because by definition, a serious part of road freight has to move to the water. So we will grab that opportunity. But it's a serious challenge because we cannot increase our share in Spain and Greece and maybe not even in Italy. So how to increase our share in countries where we already have over 40%? Which goods do we need to take on board of the vessels, the pallets, which flows? Is it urban logistics that we need to tackle? And we are studying now on this in order to see what we need and what could be done. Then the Green Deal, the climate part, apparently in the eyes of the European Commission, we are not good enough yet. We still have to improve, and we have to go even closer to zero emission. Also there we are studying on how to do it. And the first indications tell us that if we would go for zero emission or almost zero emission comparing to investing in the business as usual in terms of investing in the vessels, we would need and we would renew the whole fleet. We would need to invest or not invest, put on the table like 10 billion euro extra over the coming 30 years. That's the challenge we need to take. And at first sight, there is no real business case for that. What else can I say with respect to the topic we're having today? What are the challenges for inland navigation with respect to hinterland connections? So I would say from the seaports to and from the hinterland. First of all, what we would need in the seaports, not only in the seaports, but also in the inland ports, are multi-fuel ports. Definitely, since there is too much uncertainty on what the fuels of the future will be. So the ports would have to invest in multi-fuels as well. And this at, if I may say so, a level playing field between the sea-going or the ocean-going vessels and the inland navigation barges. Another interesting that needs to be done in the ports is a bit like Carlos has already been telling and showing, is there has to be more facilities with respect to transloading or transshipments. If that does not get better or there are more facilities involved, then we get stuck. and the move from, let's say, the traditional goods to the more palletized shipments will never take place. Also, this transloading shipment facilities need to be improved in order to fasten the throughput in the ports. And to me, ports, one of the main roles of the port is to facilitate a fast transshipment so that the supply chain lead times stay as short as possible. Another challenge we have, and this is mainly in the big ports like Rotterdam and Antwerp, is do away with the congestion, which is these days and over the last couple of years just terrible. Waiting times of inland navigation barges of 5, 6, 7 days, which means a delay of 3, 4, 5 days, is terrible. And stops may lead to a reverse modal shift, which is not what we want. So even though the ports like Antwerp and Rotterdam have been doing an awful lot in the past few years and are still doing a lot, the problem apparently does not get solved. And hopefully the innovations coming out of a project like COREALIS, like the cargo flow optimizer, the track appointment system, the port sub-project, hopefully they could help in taking out the congestion in the bigger ports. I think I'm through. So I learned a lot of interesting things this morning. And at first sight, and if they get implemented well and massively, it could contribute a lot to facilitating the inland navigation sector.
Indeed, Nick. Indeed, you are totally right, and I think it was very good the way you presented also the inland ports, a special category of ports, if I may say, with their own challenges and issues and things to tackle. So I think it's important. At the end of the day, we are speaking about an integrated transport system, so all these things needs to be seen in the whole environment, the whole ecosystem together, and we cannot ignore part of it, obviously.
No,
so
no. In fact, what we should do is, if we're talking seaports, hinterland, we have to look at the whole maritime supply chain,
Indeed.
Which is, even though over the past few years a lot of inventions and innovative actions have been taken, is still in a bad condition.
I understand. Yeah.
And we all have to take up a role.
Of course. Thank you for being here with us, Nick. There will be some questions and answers also later on, so if you could bear with us a little bit more. Thank you again. And I'm very happy now to invite another good friend, Fernando Lieja from ALIS, from the platform that we were speaking also before. Fernando is actually the Secretary General of the European Technology Platform ALIS, and he has been working in the sector for many years, also starting also from the business part, but also then working on ALIS, which is supposed to work on all issues related with logistics. So ALIS is a non-profit industry-led association based in Brussels. I think now, Fernando, it's more than 140 members already from the sector, but I'm sure that Fernando can tell us more than that himself. So, Fernando, I'm very happy to have you with us.
Okay, thank you, Angelos, for the very nice introduction. First of all, I would like to check that you can see my screen and my presentation. Okay.
Indeed, we can.
Okay, so then good. Then first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very glad to be here with you all today. For those of you that you don't know ALIS is, as Angelo said, an industry-led network to support innovation, sustainability, and competitiveness of the logistics sector. We develop roadmaps and recommendations, and we advise particularly the European Commission, governments, and industry on next steps to achieve transport decarbonization and sustainability. For example, COREALIS came out of a cold topic that in which I think we had an important footprint when it was defined. So this is a good example of a project came in from our recommendations. What we also do is to map progress made by these projects, and we have a map around 160 projects in the last 10-15 years and initiatives, and particularly in the area of ports. It's not only COREALIS that it's liaised with ALICE, but also Docs the Future, Port Forward, and Data Ports that are quite relevant projects for this community. So ALICE gathers more than 140 organizations, as Angelos rightly said, from all different stakeholders groups in the logistics sector and transportation modes, and has stable collaborations with many other relevant actors in the field of transport, and in particular with ports, as also Alexio mentioned, this network of excellence we are establishing a close collaboration with them. And this gives ALICE particularly a very broad and extensive view on specific problems and the different perspectives, so we can position them in a balanced way. And in this framework is where I wanted to propose my contribution today, or my statement is that at the end, the ALICE objective is to contribute to the freight transport and logistics decarbonization and do it in an affordable way. So in the end of 2019, just the day before, the European Commission published the Green Deal by the President Ursula von der Leyen. We released our roadmap to a zero emission logistics 2050, and we didn't work on it overnight. We developed in 15 months. So it's and I can see now, I'm very glad to see many companies and many organizations are using this roadmap, and among others, the roadmap includes 5 areas of intervention that need to be addressed in the framework. And in this framework, I would like to say that in terms of ports, and looking into Franco keynote, he said in his outstanding opening that terminals are working on defining a common language that could be understood universally by and for terminals. And this is indeed the first key element where I see ports will progress and will follow for the port-oriented operation very similar future. This indeed is the first key element that I see, and as Carles Rua said, nothing is preventing the customers to jump from one port to another, so it does not make any more sense to build IT legacy towards customers and ports, and this need to get in order to get customer returning to ports, this is to be based on, of course, value-added services, connectivity to the hinterland, integrated services, and important green operations. Ports will for sure, and I'm quite I know that it's advancing in this defining this common language. For example, with associations like IPSA that is working on this, and also the way they interact with other beyond the port community systems. So all this dealing with how to integrate and communicate with the stakeholders in a seamless way will be one of the things that we will see in the next 10 years. And of course, once we have terminals, ports, talking same language independently of the port, then this will create the backbone for the physical internet. That is our medium-term objective. And the second one that even Carles Rua didn't enter into this, but it was mentioned also, is the energy. As we think many things will change in freight transport and logistics, and just putting an example, all our shippers and companies are declaring quite challenging objectives on reducing their emissions by 50%, 55% by 2030. And this will mean that for road transport, they will need to change to other fuels. And you will say, okay, but that's road and we are ports. but there is where I think there will be a need for ports to be transformed as well in energy hubs, because looking into the trucks, whether they are hydrogen or electric, the autonomy in terms of range of those vehicles will be much lower. It will not be possible for those trucks to do thousands of kilometers without refueling, only a few hundred kilometers. So then at the end, I think most of the trucks going into the ports will use the port also to charge, to refuel, and that's why I think this is an important challenge for the ports and terminals, indeed, to transform themselves in a green energy hub to provide for all transport modes. And with these two key elements, and of course I can recognize many of the other things that presented today, I would like to finish my intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fernando. Very important points, and I think that the need for associations like ALICE is more than clear. And I do believe that there's a lot of things to be added in the discussion by platforms like ALICE, where all the stakeholders can come together and we can really exchange opinions in a more regular basis, like just in one European project that it's really addressing specific items. So thank you again for being here with us.
Of course, Angelo, thank you.
Thank you. So now we have the honor, actually, and the pleasure to have with us the CEO of the Piraeus Port Authority and the Managing Director of Piraeus Container Terminal, Mr. Zhang Amin. And it is really a pleasure, Mr. Amin. Thank you very much for being here with us. Mr. Amin has over 25 years of work experience in the shipping industry and extensive experience in container shipping and management. He has served as financial officer at the financial department of COSCO Container Lines, and in the next 6 years as deputy general manager and manager of the line. He also served in a number of other duties for COSCO, including the Piraeus Port, where he has been the financial manager of the relevant department and the deputy general manager of Piraeus Container Terminal from 2012 to 2016. Today, he is the CEO of the Piraeus Port Authority and also the managing director of the Piraeus Container Terminal. Mr. Amin, it's a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you very much, Angelo. So let's say it's been great pleasure to be here to listen the valuable opinions from all the people, and also been great pleasure to share my view of this vision and challenge towards the next decade. So I will focus on the Piraeus Port. Let's say 10 years ago, when we started to operate the PCT, Piraeus is only a normal gateway port. This annual throughput is about 685,000 TEU, and after 10 years, we worked together with the local stakeholders, and we managed to make the throughput nearly 5 million. And this make the Piraeus Port ranks from the year 2009, 93rd position to year 2019, 26th position. I think last year, year 2020, also is the same position, 26th more or less. So let's say we are satisfied for the last decade with what we achieved, but in order to still in the marketing to provide the international service, marine service for this marketing, we still not sure what will be after 10 years will be. But I believe there is a three pillar must be pay attention. That is, we must be a cargo hub and a service hub and also an information hub. With this three pillars, we can secure, we continue provide the competitive service in this marketing. Firstly, about the cargo hub, we have certain advantages which is help us in the last decade, and I believe will be support our service in the next decade, which is a minimum deviation from the Swiss Gibraltar axis. We have good geography location, and we are the first European hub, which is with land and rail connect to the European mainland, and we have the ideal land bridge from Far East to and from the Central South Europe and the Black Sea. This is let's say advantage will help us to continue play a cargo hub, and then we need also to provide the comprehensive service for our clients. Apart from the sea service, I think in the future the land service will have more weight. Like we need to have the own free zone, and we have the rail ramp which connect to the European railway network, and we have on the modern facility with advanced warehouse functions. This give us a big potential to provide the comprehensive service, make Piraeus to be a service hub, particularly from the railway service. If we find that this we are certain advantages to provide this railway service, will in the next decade, because currently we have only 100,000 TEU per year for the railway service, but I believe in the future this will be big potential to develop. Unfortunately, I do not have a slide to provide for our information hub. We are working for that. Currently, we do not have, we do not yet establish the information hub by a certain advantages. So I didn't provide this slide, but I hope, I wish step by step in the coming year, we will create the information hub. So together with the cargo hub and the service hub and the information hub, we can continue can provide the, let's say, a competitive service in the marketing. Okay, this is all, and thanks everybody for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amin. That was really a very interesting presentation. It's really amazing to see the course of the Port of Piraeus only these last years. So it's really an impressive work, and I really hope that this course will continue. It was also very interesting to see the pillars that you mentioned, including the information hub. And I think that is really a very important point. So please bear with us. We're going to have some questions also later for you. So hope to have you with us also for this session. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
So then I'm happy to invite to the floor another of our participants in this round table, which is Piet Opstarele from Port of Antwerp. Piet is Innovation Enablement Manager at the Port of Antwerp. And He's going to, he has been working in the area for many years, including he worked for startups. So he's also knows all the environment around that, all the stakeholders around a port. And he has been one of the drivers actually of the digital and innovation transition in the port of Antwerp, also a very important port for Europe. So he's going also to give us a statement about that and give us his opinion about where things are going for the next year. So, Piet, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Angelos, and it's a pleasure and honor to be with you here this afternoon. I think a lot of things has already been explained by my previous colleagues. So, two conclusions for me. We have some major challenges for us, energy transition, congestion, and so on. On the other hand, the potential is huge, and I think technology will be an enabler to support us in that. We are only at the beginning. We are in a period of acceleration of technology, and we should use that. From the Port of Antwerp, I would like to share with you how our vision is to a longer term development of the port as an integrated system. But just 2 seconds on the Port of Antwerp itself. So we're the second largest port in Europe, inland located, 80 kilometers. We are in the process of merging with Zeebrugge, which is on the coast side. What's important is that the size of the port in area, it's an area of 120 120 square kilometers, yes, 12,000 hectares. So 15,000 sea ships are coming in every year. So it's a challenge to follow and see what is happening now in this port. And here you see a very nice picture. It's almost 100 years old, 1930, where in Antwerp the World Expo took place. And here you see an analog twin of the city and the port. But in the last 90 years, a lot happened, and what you see more and more is that technology and people, human and digital, is coming closer to each other. And I think a very nice quote, for instance, on artificial intelligence, is not that artificial intelligence will replace the person, the human, but it will make more complete and support. So where touch can be seen as can be supported by sensors, sight can be completed with cameras, hearing. There we have VHF or smell. You have technology where you can, in a very and more accurate way, detect certain components. So that's an evolution which will be there, and it's happening today already, but in the coming 20 years, it will be further accelerated. So the whole concept is building a digital nervous system, and that's the thing we are doing currently in Antwerp, is based on sensors, on cameras, on drones, building a digital nervous system on the port so that we can create a situational awareness on that. But maybe I will show you a small movie, how that can look like and how we are building that in Antwerp. I hope you hear the sound.
No, we don't have this.
Good morning and welcome back. General status report. Today is an overall sunny day, with a light breeze from the northwest. Port traffic is busy as usual at this time of day, with 221 barges and 180 seagoing vessels in port. We're expecting 95 new arrivals and 73 departures today. Road mobility is within efficiency norms. There are 2 INOS quality alerts and 1 ongoing event. Would you like to investigate? At 8:51, INOS 22 detected possible hazardous compounds. Analyzing. According to historic wind data and ship tracking, a possible cause might be the chemical tanker My Fair Lady. Would you like to collect an air sample? Please select available UAV. Calculating flight trajectory. ETA in 1 minute 30 seconds. Initiate. Confirmed. I am Apika. Welcome to the port of the future.
I think you are muted, Piet.
Yeah, sorry for that. So the concept we have been building is APICA, Antwerp Port Information and Control Assistant. The vision there, and we are starting with that today already, is that technology will assist people, also in the port business more than ever, relating to efficiency, but of course also to safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much again, Piet. Very interesting video also. I like it very much, and I think it's important what you said and the way you complemented also the other ports. So I hope you have some more time to wait for the question and answers session where we can discuss a little bit more. And I would like now to invite our last but not least, of course, speaker, Mr. Pieter de Waard, who is the corporate strategic for the port of Rotterdam, another quite important port. And just to mention that he's responsible for the strategy team there, which focuses on the long-term strategy for the port of Rotterdam, where they oversee the whole trends and developments that are relevant for the port, together with stakeholders around the port of Rotterdam. So, Pieter, we are looking forward to your initial statement about what we are discussing here today. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Angelos. I don't know if you can properly hear me.
Very well, yes.
Okay, well, thank you for the invitation. Thanks also to Sophia and Julia for helping me with some technical issues at the start of your conference. And thanks to Fernando Lisa for connecting me to your conference as well. I would like to introduce to you a little maybe different view on what a port is, so from a different perspective, and it is the port as part of the supply chain. Of course, you all know that the port is part of the supply chain. And what we actually do in Port of Rotterdam, besides all the things we have been doing, is trying to incorporate this view on a port as a part of the supply chain in a more firm way. And this resembles also in the speakers' presentations before me. So I recognize a lot of challenges also from, for example, what is Carlos is referring to about the refineries which are closing, and about the pressure from the city and society on the port performance actually. But I also noticed some familiarities with the presentation of the port of Piraeus as well, on building this information hub besides the physical hub a port is. And what I wanted to show you is that if you think about a port being part of the supply chain, so for example, in a journey from a container from A, let's say being in China, to B, let's say being in Germany, through the port of Rotterdam, then the port of Rotterdam would be the last port in this supply chain, the last seaport in this supply chain. And we can measure the performance of this port as part of the whole supply chain. And sometimes it's actually not doing too well. from a supply chain perspective. And relatively, of course, we can do perform pretty okay. Also compared to other ports, some things are a bit better in Rotterdam, some things are could be improved a lot. But if you plot some numbers on this schematic overview of supply chain, I think, which is the next slide, hopefully. Can you click one further? Or on the slide itself, probably, yeah. Then I looked up some numbers. They are a bit probably outdated because we didn't incorporate the rise in freight rates on the ocean sides, which recently occurred. If you measure the costs from the perspective of a shipper or cargo owner, as part of the total cost of the supply chain, then there's actually a lot of costs incurred by him or her in the port itself. For a longer journey, in this example from Shanghai to Prague via Rotterdam for 1 TEU, we can see that the total amount of cost incurred in the port, so not only in port use, but also terminal charges, administration charges, etc., is no less than 27% of the total cost of the journey from Shanghai to Prague, which is quite a lot if you incorporate the distance in which this specific TEU would travel in the port. So a big chunk of cost is absorbed in the port itself. For shorter routings, so for example, in this case, from Felixstowe to Delft, which is a rather small city north of Rotterdam in the Netherlands, then you can see that the chunk of costs from the perspective of the shipper, so let me stress that again, because that's not only port use or terminal handling charges, but also all the administration costs, etc., is at this short distance, so this shorter supply chain, even bigger. And over half, in this case, over half of the total cost incurred by a shipper. And our ambition as a port is, amongst other things, of course, but on the hub function on the port, to decrease the chunk of costs absorbed by the port. So the port can be an more efficient part of the supply chain. So actually, that sounds maybe a bit strange, but we're trying to diminish our role in terms of costs, of course, in the supply chain. And one important factor in this diminishing of these costs from the perspective of shipper, we think is, and I think we share that with Port of Piraeus and many other speakers, building also the information hub alongside the physical or cargo hub. I think that's my contribution for today, and I hope you liked it.
Thank you very much, Pieter, indeed, because you brought one of the most important issues, in my opinion. So how you see the big picture, how you see ports as part of the whole supply chain. So indeed, I very much like your intervention. And having said that, maybe you allow me to start the questions now the opposite way. So starting from you, since you were the last one to speak. So maybe you could a little bit elaborate on that exactly. I mean, what are the issues that ports should, from the strategic point of view always, should pay more attention when working towards being a kind of more efficient node in the whole supply chain? So what are the main things you think that are of importance strategically always?
I think there are multiple, of course, as always, multiple things to work on to be a more efficient port. And if we divide the Port of Rotterdam in two main products, so to say, so our hub product or cargo product and our production product or cluster product, then on the cluster side, we have a big role to play in diminishing our CO2 footprint. That's something we have to work on within the legal framework as well, but also for society and our connection with the city. We are working towards diminishing our footprint, so that's very important. and we're actually quite successful in the last 4 years, in which our CO2 emissions has dropped actually. My personal expertise, and also which is my main topic, I think.
I'm sorry, but someone, please mute yourselves, the ones that are speaking, because we are having some noise. Thank you.
Don't worry. But on the hub side, so on the cargo side of the port, which is more of my personal expertise, besides the energy transitions, is indeed that we should pay attention to the non-physical aspects of a port. So seen in the light of port as part of the supply chain, I think it's for us very important to focus also on the decision makers about the cargo, so the cargo owners of the port itself. And I think we can say now that we try to also facilitate these cargo owners without, of course, hurting our clients by supplying them valuable information about their cargo flow through the port. Because in the end, the cargo is, we think, the reason a port exists. And it has been a long time focused on vessels alone, but the cargo on board the vessels is in the end the raison d'etre, so to speak, of the port. And a bit more information towards these cargo owners to optimize their own processes might be a very relevant track to explore in the near future. We're already doing it, but it can be a bit more probably in the near future. So information is, I think, key, besides, of course, the important physical assets, which you cannot take away from the equation. So that would be my answer to your question.
This is what I hear all the time, Pieter, that really information becomes more and more important. We all knew about that, of course, also from other sectors, but still it seems that digitalization and information sharing could be one of the really main topics in our discussion in the near future. So thank you very much.
Yeah, maybe to final note, I think that the port industry might be lagging a bit behind some other industries as well. So we have a lot of catching up to do as well. And yeah, we're up for the task, I think. So thank you.
You're very right. You're very right. Thank you very much. So continuing in this respect, so maybe I can ask Piet now. So Piet, if you're there, maybe you could also elaborate a little bit on the future role of technology in general towards people working in the port. Maybe we could discuss that item.
It's clear, Angelos, that from an economic and societal point of view, all ports or main drivers on a regional, national, or sometimes even international level. And of course, the added value which is created there, I think it's under pressure because you see move from physical assets to more digital added value which is created. And I think as port, I think Pieter was also mentioned that we need to capture that value. Otherwise, it will disappear to other players. So I think that's the first element that we should, of course, not only be physical infrastructure operators, but more and more also digital and technology hubs. That's one point. Second point is looking to the number of people. I think on a European level, we talk about millions of people which are working in ports and ports environments. And we have been seeing already a major shift in the last 10 years of new skills coming into the port business. But we need to further focus on that. First of all, to keep the operations efficient and profitable, but also to help and assist people in doing their job in a more safe way. Port business is sometimes for some jobs still dangerous. Everywhere, accidents, unfortunately, sometimes deadly accidents are happening. So let's use technology which is there to solve that problem and become a very efficient and safe business.
Indeed, Piet. And I think a major aspect in the near future, I think you are already facing that, is really training and retraining of the people working at the ports, because that's, I think, one of the biggest challenges right now, discussing with your colleagues. And I think this is something that we really need to put a lot of effort and attention from all ports. Okay, thank you very much. Then maybe if I'm allowed to for the next question to ask Mr. Aming. Zhang, actually, I had another question on my mind, but there was a question for you from the audience. So I was considering maybe about how much you focused on this information hub, this pillar of the port. Maybe you could elaborate a little bit on that. What is really considered to be inside this information hub that you mentioned before? Oh, hello, Tasso. I see another good friend here. So Mr. Vavakidis, also operating in the PCT at the port of Piraeus. I think you are muted, Tasso. We cannot hear you, I'm afraid. Maybe you are muted. Your microphone is out. No, not yet. Okay, we wait. Yeah, I'm asking one of the other colleagues, and you can come back when you see how you can fix the problem. Sorry for that. So maybe I can go to Fernando. Fernando, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, thank you very much. So maybe Fernando could really elaborate a little bit from your role in ALICE and the fact that ports have developed to slowly but continuously to become major logistic nodes. Which are the key elements from your side that ports need to address, looking, forward to 2020, 2030, but also beyond that?
Yeah, essentially in our, I mentioned the roadmap towards decarbonization, but we also published the roadmap towards the physical internet that we published only November last year. And one of the main subjects there was on logistics nodes. And actually, we framed there how we think logistics nodes, and it's not only ports, but a node in the physical internet could be even a warehouse or could be a terminal. And of course, ports are big logistics nodes, and it's based on nothing more, nothing less that it has been mentioned on having the ports as information hubs in which the users can retrieve the information they need when they need and for the purpose they need, and nobody else can access that information if they are not allowed. And so then all these capabilities will be in place. But also I think ports are more and more developing, and I think there are some examples here in which ports are becoming the trusted partners to create ecosystems around the port cluster, in which the partners can collaborate through digital platforms and marketplaces in order to make all the assets that are in the ports to be used in a much more productive way. So then finding, reducing idle times, reducing the number of trains that would go out of the port with empty slots or barges, and the other way around. So how, at the end also Carles said that the space for logistics operations will be reduced, and that to keep or grow the throughput can only be done through efficiency. And I think it's not only it's how ports can be the key stakeholders for all the organizations operating with and from that port work, and that would make the ports really successful. And for that, it's also important what it was mentioned. So then the stakeholders they can operate in a seamless way independently of the port they are working with, and those are, I think, for me the key elements successful ports will have in order to address the users' needs.
Yeah, from everything I have heard until now, it seems that it's a kind of one integrated chain, that all these parts need to work together, and they need to elaborate. And information exchange, I suppose, it's one of the most important elements there. Yeah. And that's also this concept of physical internet that Alice is
correct, but it's not integration on the traditional way of thinking. It's integration by talking the same way, so then it's at the end, it's completely decentralized, but at the end you can work for the same processes. So when you need certain resources, you can understand and you can communicate on what you need. And of course, we said also that the roles in the physical internet will not change. It's just that the stakeholders will have the means and capabilities to perform those in a more efficient way. So it's not integration in the traditional way of thinking, having somebody or something there, but having the ability to collaborate and connect in a seamless and very simple way, plug and play. And when I want to work with you, Angelos, now I don't need to learn Greek, or you don't need to learn Spanish. We can communicate in English, but this in systems is not happening. And if we wanted to work together, we should either you or me should need to speak Spanish or Greek in order to work. So then, and that's preventing a lot of collaboration, because it's just starting to work together is a nightmare.
Indeed, Fernando, indeed. You are totally right. So thank you very much. I don't know, Tasso, if you are with us. In case you fix the problem, please just give me a notification so I can come back to you. So maybe then, Nick, are you available? I have something for you also.
Do you hear me, Angelos?
Tasso, yeah, we are hearing you. Perfect. So then,
Angelos, do you read me?
Yes, we do.
Okay, I shall wait the gentleman.
Very good. So let me then all of you introduce.
Yes, I wrote something.
Let me introduce Mr. Tassos Vamvakidis, that he joined us. He's the commercial manager of PCT and Costco. So thank you very much, Tasso, for being here with us. So we had a question actually for you. Mr. Amin mentioned a little bit about the part of the innovation hub, this pillar of the port, and what you are building in Piraeus as one of the major pillars, let's say, of innovation and of development in Piraeus. So people are asking, maybe you could elaborate a little bit more on that. So maybe you can give some more information what you have inside there.
First of all, I would like to apologize on behalf of Mr. Zhang, but something urgent happened to him, so he could not continue, and that's why I'm here in front of you. I'm very glad to see you, first of all.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to participate. I'm also very glad to realize that in your house you still have a boat behind you, and that means that you are well connected with our seawater territorial, let's say, field.
Indeed.
Very nice, very nice. So with regards to the information hub, Mr. Zhang, as most of our Chinese friends, would not like to say something unless he's 100% sure that it's final and fully developed. In fact, we do have already developed information hub under port community system concept, by which we are already providing services to all stakeholders. The fact is that due to the pandemic COVID-19, we have been forced to implement certain kind of digital facilitation, let's say, to the stakeholders, which in a way stopped the process of the port community hub. And this does not allow us to complete the project so far. So that's why Mr. Zhang, because he's not fully satisfied out of this, he prefers to have it 100% working. And that's why he said he has not a slide to present to you as far as the Info Hub is concerned. But he knows, and we all know, how important is the information, and the information, not to reproduce the information, but to produce the information.
So it seems also from what
we are under this. We are following Rotterdam. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Do you have
Tasso.
any other question?
Yeah, of course. I will let you know. I think it's clear from what you said and the other colleagues said that everybody now recognizes as information as one of the main pillars in all port developments. And it's obvious that now all big ports are working towards this direction. And I'm happy to see that. And I think that also projects like COREALIS help to exchange opinions, ideas, and to find, let's say, a common road towards this new information society that it's also coming to the ports. So thank you very much, Tasso, again, and thanks also, Mr. Tang, from ourselves. Thank you. So let me go back to Nick then. Nick, I don't know if you're there.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, thank you very much. So I had a few questions for you, but you were very good and nice to answer them yourself directly from your initial statement. So one thing I wanted really to ask you is how far do you think we are from electricity propelled barges, or even hydrogen or ammonia or methanol boats used as alternative fuels? Because you mentioned something about that.
I think we are still pretty far away.
Okay.
Though there are solutions up in the air, but they are not easily to grab because there's still too much uncertainty on which would be the best way to go. Is it methanol? Is it hydrogen? Is it something else? Is it biofuel? What have you? All the different solutions are there, all having an advantage and a disadvantage, but it creates big uncertainty. The only thing we are pretty sure of is maybe two things that we are pretty sure of. There are quick ways to go to a zero emission on a relatively short notice, and that would be to use adjusted Euro 6 diesel engines. But this is not easy to do because inland navigation is falling under the regulation which is called non-road mobile machinery. So even though we can use truck engines, we are not as allowed to as trucks are. So this is one of the hurdles they have been putting on on our road. The road is not the exact expression for our industry. So there could be a quick solution, but this stage 5 kind of, as it's called, is not easy to get. Then the other certainty is that we would go for hybrid systems, in that sense that the propulsion would be based on electric, but that the propulsion as such is fueled by alternative fuels. And that maybe this could lead to a system where the vessels are built in a more modular way. So technically there are solutions possible. Some are a bit quick and dirty in the short run, and some will need more time.
Okay.
Another aspect is, as said, it's the business case is at this stage in time is rather negative than positive.
Yeah, of course, the whole situation. But let me ask you also something tricky. What would be your preference from all these types of new fuel capabilities we have now? What would you like to see?
I really don't know. And for the simple reason that I have not been, it's a colleague of mine that has been following the topic. So she is more into it than I am. But if I can sing her song, then she would go for the for a quick and dirty solution, and that would be implementing or installing the Euro 6, but in the marinized version, as they say.
I see. Okay.
And maybe by that save a bit more money in order to invest in modal shift.
Yeah, of course. So thank you very much, Nick. Then Paolo, are you there? I have something for you also.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, welcome back. So you gave us an idea about all these new things that you are thinking for in the Italian ports and all these new innovations. But if you would prioritize a few of them, what are the most notable innovation trends for Italian ports right now? And to what extent really this technical agenda that you proposed can be adopted by the port of Livorno?
Thank you, Angelos. Yes, if you are asking me about the Italian trends, most notably, Italian is setting up this national logistic platform that is collecting data from ports and other inland attractors, such as railways, airports, railroad terminals. So very much is focused on data mining, analysis, big data. And in Livorno, we are aligned with that. So we are following the agenda. We are preparing our interfaces. We want to push our data towards the logistic platforms. If you are asking me whether am I thinking of more advanced challenges in other domains, I think we can do a bit more probably in the maritime domain. For instance, as I said, in the assisted navigation in port waters.
Okay.
Or we can do something, we are assisting actually the regional authorities in setting up a mobility as a service system. So as I said, Livorno is multi-purpose. So we have also the cruise and ferries, and we are configuring our service as a node supporting mobility as a service, as I said. So this is something that we can provide more. And then we can be a very good testbed for checking that 5G is really helping industries, because 5G is not useful for final users like citizens. It's, how to say, invented for machines.
Yeah.
And the seaport is, how to say, a very interesting case study for 5G. If we succeed in letting this new technology boost innovation in seaports, that's very relevant for the all 5G perspectives, because it's quite an interesting case study. And let me say that also 5G is a good technology to link the vessel with the port, because it provides localization, it has low latency for helping the vessel to maneuver. So I think it is a very promising domain for 5G.
Indeed, it seems to be a very important enabler for a number of things that we are discussing here.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Paolo. So, Carlos, you were the first to speak, but now the last to be asked. So that's how life goes. So if you are still there, I have something for you. Okay, so I wanted to ask you about really around the business this time. I mean, which do you believe will be the new businesses to be developed in ports in the future? And in your opinion, how this will reflect in terms of requirements for the port infrastructure? Can you hear us? Okay, we don't hear you, of course, still. Yeah, okay.
Okay, just now.
Okay. Now it's fine. Now you hear.
No.
Have you heard the question?
No, please.
Okay, yeah. I wanted to go, I mean, on the business area with you.
Yeah.
So I was really thinking about, I mean, you spoke about that a little bit at the beginning, but what do you think are the new businesses to be developed in ports in the future? And what this means really in terms of the port infrastructure, how this will affect the port infrastructure?
Yeah, I think there are many new paths that port and port authority and port operator has to develop, and I will put some examples of that. No, we have talked about technology and also about sustainability. No, and for example, if you take only one example, is something that many ports are working on now. It's OPS, onshore power supply. No, the connection of the vessels to the network, the electricity. Okay, for example, the Port of Barcelona is investing a lot in this. We have a project to invest about 90 million euros in that way, to develop a new electric network to supply electricity to the vessels. But then the question is the business model to support this, because okay, the infrastructure can be developed by the port authority because it's a compromise and so on and so on. But at the end, for a vessel, it's cheaper to burn fuel than to connect to the electricity with the current electricity prices from the electrical companies. So it has no sense for a vessel if you are not forcing them to connect to the network. So you have to develop a new business model in order to facilitate these kind of things. I don't know, maybe a joint venture between the electrical company and the port authority and so on, in order to make this facilitation. No, if you talk about, for example, technology. Okay, there are many developments. No, you have talked about 5G and so on. So from the port authority, for example, we can develop the infrastructure, but then who is responsible for the services? Because as you have said before, 5G is a very interesting technology to be developed in the port. No, and as a port authority, we are working on that and adapting our IT system to 5G. But then what happens with the services on that? Who will be the one to develop new services for the final users on that way? And how will we sell or not the 5G network we are developing? No? And for example, if you talk about information systems, everybody's talking about sharing information and so on. But everybody at the same time is realizing that this data, this information that you want to share has a value. So what's the business model related to that data? For example, we have the port community systems in most ports, no? And the port community system is trying to expand themselves to far away from the port, to rail operators, to truck operators, to inland terminals, and to develop new services for the users in the port area. But at the same time, you find some platforms in the land side of the logistic chain. For example, in Spain, there is the Simple platform that also is developing some kind of information for rail users, but also for truck users and logistic companies and so on, that also is trying to get the same data from the users. And if you will go to the maritime sector, you will find some initiative like TradeLens, no, with the objective of make a track and trace of the information related to containers and so on. So at the end, there are many business models fighting for the same information and trying to develop services that probably will be overlapped between them for a final client, and how all these services will mix together to give the right data to the right user at the end. So at the end, we are talking about sharing information, but many users or many information managers are fighting at this moment for the same data. No? And this is only some examples. This is a greenfield in many aspects, and there are some new business appearing. Talking about logistics, port-centric logistics is another topic that it's appearing now. No, so the port as a center, not only for transport, not only a transport or a cargo hub, but also a logistic hub where some added value logistic activities has to be done. No, which ones? Who is the responsible of promoting those activities? The Port Authority has to reserve some land for doing that. It's a question for the private operations. In the 80s, I remember that as a port, we tried to take away all those added value activities far from the port. I mean, outside the port, because the port has to focus on loading and unloading. No? So consolidation and disconsolidation of containers all were moved not far away, but behind the port. Now there are some terminals that are asking to start doing some kind of these activities that a few years ago weren't going away. So how it's changing the business model? What will be the added value for the future? That's the question. And in every topic you can press.
You can put it in. I think this matrix between new business models or new business cases with technology, infrastructure, and all the other aspects are connected to each other. It's really the thing that we need to discuss. I mean, if we want really to go towards sustainable, because that's important, to be sustainable for sustainable growth and development of the ports. And I think this is maybe the biggest remark and conclusion coming out of this discussion today. So, Carlos, thank you very much. Also, you for supporting us and for being here with us. I think we were almost on time. Of course, I was really worried that we're going to go totally out of time, but still, I would like to thank very much all the speakers and all the discussions we had, and also all of you for being here with us. I had prepared a few slides for you, but I think we don't need all of them now. I think just I want to focus only on future. So I just wanted to close this workshop with one slide only. I think we already discussed a lot about achievements, about what was performed also by COREALIS and by other projects. And we also had a really very nice and interesting discussion today with the roundtable with our 7 invited executives and experts. So thank you very much for that. So I don't know if I have should I do myself? I have the screen.
Yes, I have a screen.
Do you see my slide?
Yes, could you please make it full window?
Very good. Okay, I'm trying to do so. Okay, I think it's working.
Yes, perfect.
Okay, very good. So thank you very much again. So what I would like really to close with you is about what next. I mean, of course, we have done so many nice things in this generation of projects, but is it over? Is it have we solved everything? And I think it was obvious from the discussion we had now in this panel that there are still many things to do in order to achieve operational efficiency, climate neutrality, but also sustainable growth. For me, that's also important for our ports and for our cities. And this is already set at the European Green Deal objectives. So in our opinion, there are still numerous topics that can be discussed, researched, implemented, that will require not only technical developments and technical achievements, but also legal framework adjustments, and also very important investments. And maybe a lot of people will say that this is not the right period for investments because of the situation, because of the pandemic, because of all the problems that also ports have faced. But in my opinion, it's the opposite. In periods of problems, of low economic growth, then this is the period that we need to do investments. And this is the period that we need to make the jump forward. And there are a number of things that we can really discuss and we can really see together, from clean energy production, from renewable energy sources, storage and supply at the ports areas. This could be another business case for our ports. issues related with electromobility and charging stations. And here it's not only about vehicles inside the ports, but also vessels themselves. And this is also a big discussion, how you can really efficiently operate such vessels, but also the vehicles inside the port. Automation and digitalization, that was discussed already during the day today, but it's still issues to be addressed and to implement in our ports, how we can really improve operational efficiency through automation and digitalization, how we can minimize, between other things, vessel call times. Other issues related with the need for shifting from fossil fuels to alternative, less polluting fuels. We have discussed it also, and we had the chance also to elaborate a little bit on that during our discussion, but still many things to happen there. Bunkering services for new fuel times, cold ironing, and use of scrubbers for marine vessels. I mean, I could go on for that list forever, and we could really put together many slides if we want. But I think the message here is that although this generation of project really did a lot, and we have really a number of important achievements to implement in our ports, there are still many subjects for continuous work, and I think that was also recognized by the Commission, both in the Green Deal calls. I think Sergio mentioned that in the morning, but also in the New Horizon Europe program, there will be a lot of dedicated calls in this area. So, looking forward to continue the cooperation with all of you. I would like to thank you for being here with us. I would like to congratulate the organizers of this event, my colleagues at ICCS, at Cibility, and at Ertico, but also all the partners of COREALIS. And I would also like to thank all our high-level invited speakers and experts that join us and help us in this discussion. And of course, all of you that you are here together with us this whole, I hope, very interesting day. So thank you very much, and looking forward to continue our discussions in future events and projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelos, as well.
Bye-bye, Angelos. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye, Angelos. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye, Angelo.